Okay, recording has started.
Well, welcome to day 4 of your training. We are 2 minutes early, but we're going to start early again, as of yesterday as well. Patrick here. It's late at night in Nishinomiya, Japan, and I'm happy to welcome you to the training on day 4. Um, Thank you all for being here. Uh, Misty, your audio is on. Uh, and Misty, thank you especially for being here, um, being such a long-term customer. So today, uh, first of all, I want to thank everyone for getting through day 3. So day 3 was the most challenging day for us because of this new thing, Qdabra Chat, and we had some special challenges around you completing labs. I want to start off with asking who completed labs, and I think Benjamin, you did, right?
Yeah.
Awesome job. And it looks like Adrian also did. Adrian, you raised your hand.
Yep.
Way to go. Any feedback for us?
I had some questions. Are you
Yeah.
gonna have a question session later, or you want them now?
No, let's do it now. Thank you.
So obvious. So obviously, we're not going to be uploading like individual documents like we did in the lab in production. How would that typically work in production? You would just point at a document library, or can you just feed them in bulk via API, or do the documents need to be stored in any particular place?
Okay, great question. So we talked about this Power Automate. Were you on the call when we talked about the Power Automate?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have bulk upload for the documents. Is that the question?
Yeah, and those are the only options. We can't just point at some repository somewhere. It has to be a copy.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we've got manual upload, which you saw in the demo, and then we got this Power Automate, which sort of sucks in everything from a document library based on the column for last edited. There's some logic there that you can configure, but in general, yeah, those are the only two options today. And we can like Ben had this great idea yesterday, which was to take the FAQ questions and have a hybrid solution, right, where you have FAQ plus. So it's not just FAQ or it's not just documents, but it's FAQ plus documents. So we're open to new suggestions here, and this is really why I'm asking you, because I'm curious. We want to push the envelope here. Um, do you have a scenario here with this document? I mean, how many documents do you have?
A lot.
More than
I was
2,000?
I was not thinking about using anything like this in this context until you demonstrated it.
That's awesome. How many documents do you have? Like 2,000, 20,000, 200,000?
It, somewhere probably in that neighborhood.
Right. So, yeah. So there's a couple of issues here. So one issue is obviously you can upload the documents. That's not an issue. There's no cost if you're using OpenAI Assistant. There's no cost to uploading documents. There isn't a cost to creating the QA sets per the documents, right? So, but that's coming down. Like I said yesterday, it's dramatically coming down. I mean, like Gemini released yesterday at the new stuff. I mean, there's just so much. The inflection point hasn't been written. It hasn't been. We haven't seen the inflection point on the exponential for this stuff. And even though media tries to show it, yeah, everything's done. We're not going to have AGI. No, no, no. We're going to have that soon, whatever that means. And what it means to me is getting work done quickly and less cost. So for you, if you're thinking about this, you know, kudos to you. Obviously, it's awesome that you're looking at this. We're here to support you. If cost is an issue, let us know. We can help you work around that. But in general, yeah, I mean, the Power Automate will help. Will upload all your documents, but you just need to be aware of the impact of that in terms of cost. And in terms of cost, if you're using the OpenAI Assistant, like I said, it's zero. It's close to zero because there's no cost to adding those. If you're using the RAG system, there will be some cost. It won't be that much, but there will be some cost. And then the big cost is going to be creating QA sets. Regardless of the system you use, OpenAI Assistant or RAG, you'll have to create QA. I mean, you should create QA sets for them, so you have a way to measure things. Sorry for that long diatribe.
Also, Adrian, I think you were also asking about, where these documents are stored in order to be able to add them in bulk to the system. And as Patrick mentioned, the logic app and the flow that we've pre-created for this, both are dealing with files in a document library. But because those are just making an API call, I think it would be possible to change the flow or the logic app to point them to something else if your files are stored like on a network repository and you have a data gateway set up so that we can access them. So again, like the fact that this is a form, which means once you've got it in your hands, you can make changes to it. The flow and the logic app are also adaptable in that manner.
Great, thank you.
Any questions for us before we get started? Feedback for yesterday? Okay, well, sorry for the long, engagement with Adrian. I hope that was helpful for you, Adrian. You were committed to helping with this. I mean, we're aware of this situation with the change in the world, right? Yeah, AI will change everything. I mean, software already has. AI is changing everything as well. How long will it take? I don't know. I mean, for forms, it's really three things. It's the layout, it's the data connections, and it's the logic. Those are the three things. So if people talk about AI automatically creating UI, AI automatically creating UI, So in other words, automatically, like rendering a view, like all of the web service software is gone, right? So all we're going to have is AI dynamically generating the UI for the input. The problem is the prompts. So I mean, there's two problems. One is that companies don't adopt AI very quickly. They don't adopt anything very quickly. I mean, we still have people sending faxes in Japan. So it's not about there's an adoption curve, and it's going to take at least 50 years or 40 years or whatever, depending on the country. But there's another curve, and that is that people don't. Well, even if you have adoption, you still have to have these three things, and we're very concerned about this, right? Like, how will this impact forms, right? Why don't people just talk to the AI? We have OpenAI just released voice chat to everyone 3 or 4 days ago. Doesn't support XML, so it doesn't support validation. So we're working with you to add validation to your forms with AI and other things. But in general, it's going to be a longer process. Humans don't adopt very quickly. So we're trying to meet you and help you. But obviously, you're not aware of this. Well, you are, Adrian, but I think the vast majority of our customers don't really care about this right now. But we've been caring about this for over a year and a half because we think this is going to be a big change. And if it isn't, no big deal, because we're making progress in other areas, forms designer and all the other solutions we're working on. But we're also worried about this. So, okay. Any other questions regarding day 3? Adrienne, thanks for that amazingly insightful question. I've wasted way too much time talking about it. Where were we at, Hillary?
We are just getting started with day 4. And would you like me to start moving through the slides?
Thank you.
All right. First off, I do want to say thank you to everyone for hanging out with us throughout this training. I'm very pleased with just the level of engagement and attendance we've had. It makes me feel very happy. So you've made me happy. Thank you. I hope you're getting a lot out of training too. I don't know if there's anything we need to focus on these first slides because you've seen all this before and they're in the deck for you. We're very excited about it being day 4. This has a nice end of day feel. Thank you, Caro, for the images. Talked about class goals. You know who's here. You know about the engagement preference. You should know about this. We've been talking about the day 3 recap already. Again, if anyone is stuck at any point in these labs, do please reach out to me and I will be happy to give you a hand or meet if needed to give you a hand. We can get you through those labs if there's any problems. And we're on to day 4. As I mentioned in the email I sent yesterday, we're going to be looking at some of these modern UI techniques. Karu's going to do some demonstration and help you with some labs. And that will help you be able to implement some of the cool things you've seen in this form because in the forms in class, because I think we all know that UI is very important to modern users. We can't get away anymore with just something that looks like a notepad file, right? As much as I'd like to, right? Karu's laughing. She knows if I was doing this my way, we'd have like a notepad with a list. So
most efficient way.
yeah, right. No pictures for you.
Yeah.
And then we're going to walk you through the new support portal and finally wrap up with a lab on the App Store changes, which we've kind of alluded to, which we've done webinars on, but as long as everybody's here, we'd like to make sure everybody's kind of up to date. So we're going to be looking at UI development techniques from Karu, how to do these really cool things. Karu, you want to take it away?
All right, let me stop sharing my screen on this chat, exactly the same chat. I hope now you can see this 5.
We can.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Tasks or 5 features we are going to share in this lab 1. Because it's a little bit too much. I may take a kind of first 3 demo first and you have not lab, or I should continue 5 or or so on. So I will take a kind. Yes.
Can
Yes.
I introduce you?
Excuse me.
Can I introduce you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Hello.
So I just want to I want to introduce Karu to everyone on the team. I know I'm a bit late here in Ishiomiya. It's late on here, but Karu's been with us for I want to say close to 18 years. Is it? Well, 16, 17 years, right, Karu? So Karu and I worked together before that at Microsoft.
Yes.
So I actually joined Microsoft in 1992. And Karu, when did you join Microsoft?
1995 in Japan.
And we met in 1998.
1995 in Redmond, Washington first.
And so Karu and I were like involved in the natural language team. This is before the neural nets, before the transformers and all that stuff. So we met in Japan when I was working there for a year and a half in Tokyo in 1994, 95. And I think we met again in Redmond when I came back and worked on the natural language team. And Karu was the Japanese linguist and computational linguist because she's got a master's degree in mathematics. So she's, I often tell everyone that she's the highest IQ person I've ever met, which is true, actually. And so Karu and I have a long history, and we're really happy that she joined Qdabra in 2006 or so as a subcontractor and then converted to an employee a few years later. And Kat has got this amazing insight into deep matters of things, and she's happily helping us with forms. Kat, thank you very much.
Oh, yes, thank you very much, Patrick. Yes, so now it's time for CSS and JavaScript to make your form more fascinating. So this lab's topic include a lot of various things. Most of them are once introduced in webinars, but now we have more time, more in deep, and some of them has an improved feature. One is validation tips. This is a rather quick one, and table widths. Adjusting table widths is a very important topic. And also we will cover font icons, the third one. And I'm still wondering if I take break and we do lab here before we...
Can you show a quick demo of this stuff?
Yeah, I will. Quick demo. But I think one by one would be better because it's 5 and it might be confusing.
Sounds good.
Yep. Then the next topic is the kind of pop-up toast, and we have some improvement here. And at the same time, there is a kind of a trick we have been heavily using that is screen tip tricks.
Does anyone know what pop-up toast means? Misty, I'm guessing you might.
Yeah, yep. We actually we've got it in our what would be, I guess, our V3 upgrade. We haven't done that yet, but we will be implementing pop-up toast, yes.
Yep. This is one way to show a notification. It's just pop up and gone automatically.
And I
like
think
to
we
mention
saw
that-
this, we saw
Yeah.
this too in, I'm sorry, Patrick, I didn't mean to talk over you, but I just want to mention we saw this yesterday in the Qdoc chat form.
Good.
We got to see some pop-up toast notifications.
Well, I was going to say that we had this issue with pop-up toast today in this next lab, the support portal, which hopefully is fixed now. I need to go check. But the pop-up toast was happening behind the keyform chat, the support pop-up tab. So yeah, definitely pop-up toast is a huge item that we've focused on the last couple of years. Sorry, Carl, keep going.
Yep. And also, this is combined with our improved screen tip tricks. So if I have time, I would like to talk a little bit on that too. And the last one is auto log out and save. So this is Lab 1 structure. So can I go into the...
Yeah, I mean,
actual...
for sure.
Yep.
And we missed the slides. I'm sorry, everyone, for missing the slides, but go for it.
Okay. So let me start the first demo on validation tips. Okay, I'm going back to this one, and as you're now familiar with, all the material is under the document and the default, and we are dive into this lab 1. Okay, panache. Okay, I think this is that one. Slightly changed, but not a big change. Anyway, so, and validation tip. We have validation tip before and after. This is utilizing these two, just two files, resource CSS and JavaScript. So, okay, I would like to start managing template, and for default lab 1. Here I have the end form for each one, but I would use only one thing to demonstrate all of this one. So
yeah, so Cal,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt, but
Okay,
what's the benefit to the user, the trainee?
I'm gonna this one validation.
I mean, it's pretty obvious
Yeah.
validation, right?
So
But
you will
can we communicate
see.
clear? Yeah.
Yes. Still, basically, wow. Oh, I'm sorry, something wrong. Yeah, I have to upload anyway. So, it would be almost obvious if I click this validation. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I've uploaded the final one. Okay, love one.
Sorry, I don't know
And
what I'm saying, but
before,
I'm making
yep.
you more anxious. I should just shut up, right?
I hope this is the one before. Yeah, I think so. Yes. So, what we have been creating in most form is based on a Q rule. I think you are familiar with get error Q rule, and its result is
I
something
don't
like
think
that.
they are familiar with this at all. You need to explain this. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So when there's no validation rule, and we can show a kind of text if each field doesn't fit the validation rule. For example, some fields are mandatory, some field we may add specific rule, and we can add the tips when
Let's explain what Kuril's validation actually means. So InfoPath doesn't
would you
have
like to see
well,
the
I mean InfoPath has, regular expression validation. I mean, so what else validation does it have, Hillary?
Not only not only on that field, but also we can write the validation using two or more columns condition.
But
That
let's
is
just review this for trainees because they're kind of confused probably because I'm interrupting you. I shouldn't be doing that. But let's just review this for a second here. We're talking about validation, right?
okay.
And I'm sorry I haven't reviewed this in depth before this, but so for validation,
Yeah, this is a kind of validation.
and we talked about validation on day one with the new template, and we're going to talk about that again in lab 2 here. But the question is why is validation important and what is different about what you're
Mm-hmm.
providing here? So
So validation, the purpose of validation, there could be something because, well, make less data entry error to give a kind of style. Or if we are putting data in SQL, we need to be very careful about length or so on. So this provides the failure in later process as well as the quality of the data. That is my opinion.
Hillary Combs.
Right. Validation is what makes sure that our users are submitting correct and proper data, and it's our responsibility to make sure that they have all the information they need to get their data correct. And Karu's form here is going to show us ways that we can improve the UI for that so that our users are more gently encouraged to get their data right.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm so behind.
Okay, so that's the validation and the purpose of validation itself. Now the point is UI. So, what we can show using existing Q rule is something like that. This is sample hyperlink is mandatory and that blah, blah, blah. This is a kind of combined message of all the error. So it would be natural that why don't we put each error on the spot of the error or validation error? So this is the thing we are going to do that. And in fact, we have long love today. So I make this a little bit kind of, well, um, easy way. So what I have already prepared here is already have form logics, and this action is actually kicked by the finish loading on a Q roll. I think you are all familiar with that one. And
Well, I don't know if they are. So sorry, Curals.
okay.
We haven't talked about Curals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I
So
could.
we need to talk about Curals. So sorry. So Hillary, let's talk about Curals.
Sure, we've used Q rules throughout the lab and throughout the labs, and we also have used the finished loading node in Q rules before, but we haven't been explicit about what Q rules is or what it does. That's a good point. Qdabra rules started out as a standalone product that could be injected into your InfoPath forms, and it was used to basically add some predefined code to your form so that you could take simple rule-based actions that could do powerful code-based techniques like inserting a row or reading input parameters and so forth. As we developed Forms Viewer, we built Q rules into it. So all the code that used to be in this standalone product, most of it, is now in Forms Viewer itself natively. So you can use these Qdabra rules commands in order to basically have this powerful code engine behind your form to extend it in the ways that Karu is going to show you and in the ways you've seen in some of the prior labs.
So InfoPath had a number of gaps, like let's say 150 of them, like creating a separate row in a table, creating a unique ID. When you think about the top 5 Qrules commands, right? And there was these missing features, these missing gaps in InfoPath, and we implemented them in this Qrules DLL that we added to Qdabra forms. Actually, they were InfoPath forms up until 2014. And after we created Qdabra forms, we started just building them into Qdabra forms. So you don't have to actually add DLL or anything extra. They're just there. Except for how many, Hillary? There's like 30, 40 math functions.
There's a handful of math functions. We added a couple for Caroline recently for a form she needed to migrate. There were a lot of rather esoteric functions that weren't getting a ton of use. I'm just going to go ahead and say this for the record, if you personally were using a QRules command in the old version that's not available in Forms Viewer, reach out to us, let us know, we'll get it on the list, right? But we have run into very few that people needed converted at this point.
Awesome. Thanks for the. People. Does anyone have any questions on Qrules? Qrules is this library that we built to sort of fill the gaps in InfoPath, and that library continued, and then we converted it into this backend functionality for Forms Viewer. In the last 10 years, it's quite historical in nature in terms of our. I just want to make sure everyone's available or understanding of the history behind this. Any questions for that? When Hillary, when Cowder mentions Qrules, you guys are okay with that? Okay. Cowder?
Okay. Yep. So, as we mentioned, we just need 2 files, validation tip, CSS, and validation tip, JavaScript. And in fact, in this sample, I've already added these 2 files on resource file. So what we need to do is, in this lab, is just kick the Qrule. It's nice. And I wonder if you're already familiar with load resource with name in the previous labs.
I don't think they've used this command in a previous
all
lab.
right.
So yeah,
Thank
quick
you.
explanation.
Great. So not only add the resource and resource files, we need to load it at very beginning when you open the file. And load resource is the command to load. Exactly. I'm sorry, but load that resource.
Yeah. So anytime people are adding a JavaScript file, a CSS file, or an image for that matter, you need to. Actually, an image doesn't need this. It's just
no
CSS
images don't.
JavaScript.
Yeah,
So,
CSS and JavaScript. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So Qdabra has this amazing ability to handle your extensions, and Cal is going to show these extensions. That's what the whole purpose of this lab is, to show these UI extensions. And I'm kind of drilling down. And I apologize to everyone because I have not gone through this lab in detail with her before. This is kind of at the end here, and I'm completely 100% confident because we've done this before about 2 months ago in a webinar. But I'm just not understanding things very well, so I'm asking a lot of questions. So please ignore me. But
okay, yeah,
but
sure.
yeah,
No
but
problem.
having said that,
Yep.
people need to understand that this load resource Q rules command, load resource is a Q rules command. It will allow you to quickly extend your forms by adding these resource files. Sorry, done.
Okay, so I added two actions. One is load resource in CSS1, and also this is the second one, which load resource in this time JavaScript file. So, and you will do this kind of thing in later lab of this session, but this is not enabled. So there's no quick way to enable or disable this rule. So what you are going to try to this lab is just enable this one and see the result. And click done and save it. Then open it. So in this time, when you click validate this, now you can see the tips for each validation error on that spot. So that would be my
Let's sorry to interrupt again, but let's differentiate between the Qform chat stuff that they've seen recently and this. This is not Qform chat, right? This is not AI driven, right? This is just typical
It's
form
just
logic.
yep, very basic form. Just using another kind of Q rule, what is called get errors. So in general, we recommend run get errors before submit or save. Then
sorry. For those of you who saw the Qform chat demo on day one and yesterday, actually it wasn't yesterday. Qform chat was mainly day one. We're going to see this again in the next lab, in part of the lab. But you don't have to use AI to validate your forms. You can actually use all the logic and richness of functionality in the forms to validate them. And this is what Cal is showing with Kuros.
Then we're gonna get this kind of error using get errors. And if you are interested in the back end, what actually this is doing. So we usually use inspection of the browser a lot. And it might be a little bit too read for you. I am so sorry. Sorry, I closed the wrong one. Okay, for impact. And then you can see some attribute here. And after there is a validation tip added as an after pseudo element of this input. So if you are more curious about that one, the slide has some mechanism you may read later. And using JavaScript, we will extract the one item in the original structure and add this item with naming validation tip. And also using CSS, we add this pseudo element on validation tips. And so this is how it works. But at the same time, I would like to show you this is not for every control. Most control, just adding to file works well. However, I want to be very honest with you. And I'm showing the case validation tips and one. Yes, these most case it works well, but sometimes we may need a little bit more CSS adjustment. Depends on how you use that control. For example, in date time, we have a kind of small icon here. So I have already adjusted the position of these tips. However, in attachment, file attachment, there has not letter already here, and you can see the comment mandatory is overlapped. So it depends on the size of the field. You may adjust a picture or so on. And like an option button, we cannot put comment in this tiny space. So I put this on the right side of the parent. Or there are two control hyperlink and people picker currently does not support this one. Just
do we have like a quick summary of the pros and cons kind of on the slide deck? You know, why are we suggesting this to customers?
On the spot? Because well, I
mean,
think this...
so the benefit, right? So the benefit is this automatic validation, right? And so I get that. We've done this demo before, last month, and actually in October. But I think we haven't communicated how clear this is to our customers. I think we need to tell the trainees why this is important.
Okay, so I think having on each field, the error message on each field is much easier to understand, having this kind of combined message. So in this kind of thing, you are not sure, where is the sample option button?
Right.
Yeah.
So you're automatically adding this markup. You're automatically adding this markup to each field.
On each field.
Based on the CSS.
Yeah.
So you're going to add a CSS. You can give them a CSS.
Yeah, JavaScript and CSS, both. Yeah.
Both, okay. That will automatically give them this more intelligent markup validation.
Mostly just adding two files would work. And sometimes depends on how the layout, how the form is, and the layout of the control, you may need to adjust the position a little bit.
Yeah. So Hillary, is that a good summarization of this issue, this challenge?
Yeah, I think so. And Benjamin also mentioned, the visual indicators for users is key. Otherwise, they're kind of like, well, wait, what? Where do I go? And that's what Caro is pointing out. Another thing I'd like to highlight that I was about to mention in chat, but I'll say here instead, is one thing I think we really need to keep in mind is that the web moves fast, and our users, no matter who they are accustomed to a more modern interface. And on the web right now, when I go and fill out a form and I don't fill out a field, the field itself is highlighted with some text telling me, you need to fill out this field. And so having an easy way to implement this in your form, which it is when you're just adding the CSS and JavaScript instead of a bunch of show hide stuff, I think is important. I think it's a good modern look and feel.
Thanks for that summarization. That was beautiful. Okay, Cal, sorry.
Good. So this is task 1. I hope this would be quick enough. So I would like to go to the next one, which is table column width. And for this one, I'm going to use expense report from very, very original one. So, okay, I am on this one, number 2, and expense report before, so that you are familiar with this one. So this is fixed width, and let me make this. So this never changed the width, and I think we introduced how to make the form with full width or responsive in a way that the width of the column is always a kind of headache. If we apply previous method, each column has the same width and so on. So this demo is a little bit improved one. So let me start from here. And first, this is very, as is the old expense report, I need to add Q rule first by clicking add Q rule. And the next step is, because I am also checking my steps document. And we are going to add one more resource file here that is called column width normalizer here. Then I'm going to load the resource. So from here, I need to click add just to make sure. And now the file is in resource file. And when you back to the main panel, just click this tiny X on the bar. Then in data field, you just select Qdabra rules and finish loading is the place we are going to put initial rules. So I would say load resources, just type. And here we are going to select run a Q rules command. And I usually use copy and paste all the way. So this is road resource and slash name. And the column width is the name. So here we need to keep this double quote because this is the string that is run by Q if without double quote. This is the form. This becomes a formula that the form would like to decide what's the value. So this is the first step, and for enter, and I think that's it. So just added one JavaScript file and let's see what happens. Now, at least we have full width, form and tables. And yeah, this goes something like that. But at the same time, for basically this do everything. However, you can see this or that that doesn't have not 100% width. And if you check the category, oh, there's another area. So this is what happens when we are trying to make responsive forms. And this is because some of the element is not designed. For example, I click the gray bar, and this says 600 pixel. That's how they design in all the ages. So I just convert this to 100%. And also, let's see, gift receipt. Yes, this also set by pixel. By the way, this is section. This is not table, but sometimes a section has specific width. So we'd better to change this by percentage one. And I think there are a few more kind of dot line with dots and line. And I think that's it. So let me save and go to the form and refresh it. Now we're gonna see these kind of thing as fully, well, 100%. Yes, this area is, and also gift area is 100%. And just for my feeling, because sometimes 100% with very wide browser is a little bit too much feeling for me. It may depend from, but at that kind of case, I would like to add a max width. And div ID form would be a nice place to add. So, what I usually do while development is trying to add some style on specific one in the back mode, then see the result. Yep. So this is full width, but if it is bigger than 1200, then this is put in the middle. So if you have time, you can add this one. And how to do that is written in the step-by-step guide. So this is about adjusting the width. And as the back end, what we are doing is now you can see this column is narrower than this and narrower. This is a bit wider. What we are doing in this JavaScript is convert the width by pixel into percentage, calculating every column. So that's about the task 2. Any questions?
Benjamin had just asked about whether or
Oh, okay.
not a new section came in pixels or percentages, but I just double checked it in Forms Designer, and if we add a new section, it does come in as 100%. So,
Great,
yeah,
great.
fortunately, yeah, not everybody's working with the ancient form that you
That's
wanted to use for
right.
demonstrations. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes most of our client is having a legacy form and
Legacy forms. That's
yes,
our
that's
life. Yeah.
how we work with legacy form.
Yeah,
You
that's
now you
right.
see. Okay, so let me go to the task 3. This is about font icons. Sometimes we would like to use a kind of tiny icon, and in most cases, just a regular one, like a send, download, wait, or check, or that kind of thing. And I'm not sure how many are familiar with what is called font awesome or Google Material Font. But we are going to do how to use that kind of font. And
So why is this important?
this is the more visual feeling. Especially, we are going to show this on the button. Not only text, but having some icon or visual image helps user to understand or recognize.
Can you do a quick demo before you actually show how to implement it?
Okay, then what I would do is back, and I will show the end form. Okay, font icon and open there. And here you can see tiny upload icon and like an paper plane for send. So this is the result of this lab.
So this is the ability to add an image to that button.
Yes.
Along with text. Okay.
Yeah, and it's much better than just giving the image because we can add colors or we can use CSS on Foobar or it's customizable.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I am going to start from the one. Now you will see this icon, and I prepare the expense report normalized version. So it's a little bit additional thing we have with responsible table. So I am going to where is this one? On this one again. And by the way, you can create separate one, or you can work with one template, and after each task, you may download that result, complete template. So I am going to start with this expense report normalized one here. Then this is just a kind of expense report, but for your debugging purpose, I've already added Qdabra histories to see if something wrong, then we can catch it easier. So just dive into the design mode. And now we are going to add button here. Is this first time to add button in this year's training?
No, we added buttons before.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Golly, is the one point that I can ask any questions. So change the name of the button, like an uploaded, and now we have the screen tip even for buttons. I really like that. Thank you, developers. And here we can use screen tip for various kind of controlling factor we have been using to specify class, but now we extended the ability, what kind of thing we can do in screen tip. So here I put a kind of, well, encryption, like this is FA icon, is FA solid, FA upload. Yeah. So, however, this is how we specified font awesome. So let me show the website. So,
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and roll back just a tiny bit and clarify.
sure.
So everybody's aware the technique Caro is using relies on being able to swap the screen tip text as a class into
Right.
the rendered view, right, Caro? And so we're using a JavaScript
Actually,
file for that.
yes. So,
And so when you see those kind of oddball screen tips in some of our stuff, that's because we're also using this swap class JavaScript that's
yeah.
easily available too. And that lets us add a class to things so we can then use CSS
So
on them.
does, let's ask somebody if they understand what swap class JavaScript is. I'm not going to ask Benjamin, even though he's been very his perspicacity level has been high. But let's ask someone who has more experience. Who do you want to ask, Hillary, that understands this concept? Does anybody on this call understand this concept?
We haven't introduced it to them before this, right?
So we need to do that. We need to do that.
Okay.
So we need to, sorry.
There is no screen tip tricks, and in fact, okay, there. Which slide shall I? Yeah. Okay. Maybe not on this one. Yep, this is a slide in fact. So we have been using screen tip swap, and maybe just one or two member may already use that one, but we improve this. And what we are doing is previously we can swap screen tip only if the screen tip start my and underscore is a kind of keyword.
Why would we want to swap the screen tip? We
Exactly.
gotta get back to
Okay,
like
this
basics.
one.
They don't
Okay,
understand this, right? They don't understand why they're doing this, right? So we need to explain this from first principles.
All right, okay. Then I have to. Sorry, I do not have another slideshow. However,
okay.
one thing is because when we use CSS, we need a target to specify where to apply the CSS. Mostly, we use class or IDs. And what we really want to do is we can say, oh, I would like to set the class for this table, or I would like to set the class for these items, these control, so that we can apply specific format. Then,
How often is the CSS applied to separate sections or fields versus the whole form? So CSS, gives us the ability to make the form responsive at the high level.
yeah.
It gives us the ability to add special functionality to sections and fields. So yeah. So what's the how often do we have these different situations with the whole form versus
Yeah.
the sections versus the fields?
If there is some type, if all the fields are the same and we can apply the same effect, we may not need to do that. However, if you would like to classify for the section A is a little bit different from section B, or, for example, some kind of controlling matter should be different from a kind of input matter. If you have a kind of desire, wish to apply something to special area, then we need to
An identifier, right?
identify
And
where is the area.
Hillary, let's just, obviously, Kelly needs to drink more coffee maybe, or I need to stop asking questions or something. But let's just talk about CSS for a second. Why would customers add CSS to their forms? What's the number one feature?
oh, they want to add their branding. I mean, I want to add the same CSS to every single form so that I've got my look and feel running across every single form.
Awesome. So why would they add a specific JavaScript to their form?
Well, I mean, I know we have at least one customer who they are using the same JavaScript file in all of their forms because they want a certain number of like custom commands and some custom features, and they want that available in every form.
Awesome.
It allows you to extend your form.
Awesome. Mel, do you want to add to this?
I totally just agree to it. Hillary and Cara has already been.
I'm worried that the trainees are not understanding this. So that's why I'm here. I want to make sure that they understand why we're doing this lab. Okay. And I'm sorry I didn't review this more in detail, Calvin, but obviously, you've done an amazing job. It's just I want to make sure we communicate this effectively to our trainees. We should ask a trainee maybe to ask if maybe we should, how much more of the training lab do we have, Kat? We've got 2 more sections, right?
I have 5 samples.
Yeah. So
it's number 3.
So let's just ask Hillary, looking at the people who are on the list, ask somebody who is the most knowledgeable if we're understanding, if we're clear, in other words, communicating effectively.
Ask somebody who's the most knowledgeable about what. So
Well,
I'm going to go ahead and.
I mean, obviously, we need. The key issue is, are we communicating, right?
All right, Josh, you're up. Are you kind of understanding where we're going with this, or why we'd be doing these things?
It's kind of a lot at once. I understand why we'd want to swap classes, and change the styling dynamically and whatnot. Yeah, I'm following along. I'm picking up tidbits here and there, but like as a whole, I'm not. I don't think I'm tracking fully. So.
Yeah, so that's a no. Sorry. So thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. Who else?
No problem.
Anyone else, Hillary?
Yeah, let's ask Irina. Irina. She might not be there, or she might have a mute button issue.
Ask Caroline. Ask Caroline, please.
Okay. I was going to say, this is Misty. I have a question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the difference between applying this conditionally on the field and using a CSS file?
Yes, in case of condition, you have to add condition for each field if you would like to apply maybe the color or so on. But if you use CSS, and we can apply kind of section. I can set this section with specific class name. Then everything under this section should be, I can write it. And
There we go.
also, what
Thank you.
we can, thank you, what we can do in conditional formatting is very limited, as you know, the color and font and so on. But CSS, you have full power of the CSS. You can do anything that
And you could
CSS can
miss
do.
one, right? I mean, if you're doing individual field formatting, you could miss one. You could have the condition wrong. You could, I
It's
mean, I
much
think
less
there's a lot
unlikely.
of,
It's much less unlikely if you're using CSS because you're going to
yeah.
apply this to multiple fields, and that's the whole benefit here. But
Yep.
we're not communicating effectively. And I'm sorry, everyone, for this kind of randomization here, chaos on day 4. But thanks, Misty, for that awesome question.
Great, thank you.
So let's ask Caroline. Caroline, are you there?
I am here. I've been using these features for a long time, so it makes sense to me. So I'm not sure I'm the right one to ask.
Okay, awesome. So everything, I'm being too random, right? I should shut up, right? Seriously, just say yes, because I will. I'm just trying to figure out if everyone's understanding what Cal's going through, because I'm worried about that high level. That's the thing, is I'm worried about people not understanding the high level.
Hey, Patrick, it's Chris. I know what you're getting at. You're trying to meet everybody's needs. It's people who've done this stuff and people who haven't done this stuff. I've been using your
Yeah,
product for years, so
thank you.
it's it. Some of this is not new. Yes, that's true, but some of the features are new, or some of the techniques are new. So, paying attention to that is important, and reading the directions is definitely important. Um, I found myself on the wrong side of a couple things, and I'm like, why isn't this working? I saw it work. Why isn't it working? Because I'm not following the directions. But for if you have newbies in here doing this stuff and they've never seen it before, yeah, it's a little over the top, right? It's like, oh my God, how do I do this? And when I first saw it, I was that same way.
But I mean, more importantly, why would you do it, right?
Well, I understand the why. It's to make your reports not look like screens, just
Right.
there.
Okay, so you got
It's
it. Okay,
to
so you got it. But you've been with us forever and a day. And Benjamin just high five. So I should just shut up, I think.
So
If
this is
anyone
Allie,
has,
and I'll jump in because I am kind of newer to this. So to give the opposite side of it, it is a little bit difficult to understand the big picture of it right now, but I have faith that after we go through the whole thing and do it when I do it for myself, that it'll make more sense. But I do understand, it would make it a lot easier to make one section read only instead of, the potential fat fingering of a rule on each individual form, because I've run into that many times with
Mm-mm.
the forms that have hundreds of fields. Like I need
Oh,
to go
I
in and
see.
set a rule for
Mm-mm.
every single field to make it read only after they submit it. And this class swap kind of thing would be much easier for me.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, sorry. I'm just going to shut up now. Hillary, I'm sorry, Cal. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay, let's back to here. So now what we are doing is trying to add a kind of font icon. And here I said upload. So I would like to add the upload this image. And this is under font awesome. And when you use an HTML, we are going to use this kind of definition with some CSS. Then this shows up.
So what's the context here, Cal? So why are you doing this?
This is explaining font awesome because someone doesn't know font awesome. So I am
So
trying
you're
to.
applying this to the buttons. The button's going to have this icon with text next to it, right?
Right, I am. I would like to have the icon. This is just a text, but would like to have the icon we showed and the sample.
I'll stop again. Sorry.
So, we can use very similar syntax. And in fact, if you are curious, FA solid is a kind of group name of this icon, and FA upload is the name of this icon. So it's a kind of class or group and icon name pair. We need to specify to show this kind of icon. So, how can we do that in our forms designer? Is again, screen tips comes up. And in the backend, we are going to tell a little bit later, but we are going to do a kind of magic when the screen tips start with FA icon equal. Then we have a kind of information to specify which icon should be. All right. Then yep, I added this screen tip. So next step is, okay, I need to go back to this one. Next one step is I have to add this kind of file to do this kind of trick. And we change the name and we are going to add assign screen tips. I think that's more straightforward naming. Add it in the resource file. Then, as usual, we need to load it using the Q rule. So go back to the Q rule and finish loading rule again. And here I am going to add new action rule. Load font resource.
So Kat, what page are you on in the training lab?
Now I am on page 7.
7.
Number,
okay, that's awesome.
number 4.
Awesome. So, how many pages do we have to go?
We have a lot.
Yes, we do.
18 pages.
We've got like 5 concepts here, so we need to speed it up.
Yes.
I'm sorry to bother you about that.
Yes, I know. All right. So, I can, may I? Then let me speed up a little bit. Okay. So here, now I think you are getting familiar with this process. Every time we are going to add load resources. Yeah, keep the double quote here. And also, one more item I would add is a kind of inclusion file again. And as shown in the step-by-step guide, this is a CSS file for Font Awesome, and I include this as an external. So this time, you do not need to add CSS inside of the resource file. Sometimes we can just load external CSS file just for load resources.
Yeah, and this is an external resource, and that's why we're loading it using that allow external true. Is that correct? Okay. And so you can load both resources that are already in your form, like CSS and JavaScript, and you can also then load resources that are external to your form, and that's our real trick here with using Font Awesome. And we've had some little conversation going on in chat about whether or not Font Awesome is free, and many of the icons are free, right? I was just looking at icons for some for Forms Designer the other day, and many of them are free. So you just need to choose carefully. And then I wanted to roll back real quick to that FA solid thing. She mentioned that a solid group, and you'll note when you click through Font Awesome icons that there's different groups, like there's some that are just outlines and so forth. So
Yeah,
you can pick
right.
your look and feel. Great, thank
Right.
you.
Thank you very much. And so to external one, we need to add an allow external is true as a parameter when you load resource. Okay. And now we are going to save and see. I hope this works well.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who does. I hope it works when I do my demos. I sure hope this works. Hope I got it all.
Yes, here we have this tiny icon, but still, I personally would like to adjust size or some spaces around this one. This is another area that screen tip swap works very helpfully. Okay, so now I tested with Font Awesome. And now second test is use Google Material Font. Back to the design.
So Google
And
Material Font is another one of these free resources.
yes.
Okay, and we can
So,
use that too to add decoration to our buttons and our forms using CSS and JavaScript. Got it.
yeah, got it. So a little bit different setting, but this time I'm going
Yeah,
to
so
try
what's the benefit? Value
a
prop.
better.
Pros,
I'm not.
cons. What's the pro? Sorry.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes Google Material Font provide better or the font you like than Font Awesome. So it's you can choose one or the other. But anyway, the merit is the same. You can see more visual information. So your user can use font much more quickly than comparing to just with text.
All right. Okay, thanks.
And you do not have to create an image.
Yeah, that's great. That's key actually for the buttons, not having an image button, having a button that has these extra characters at the beginning. I think the image characters, which count as demoing, which people probably haven't realized this, but you can actually create a button with an image in the text, which is part of the Google font.
Okay.
That's really cool, actually.
Yep. So
Why?
in
Because you get
yeah.
the image and the text, not just the image.
Yep. So we can match the color and size as you like.
Right, and I've
So,
seen over the years many people create buttons that had the image and the text, and they like create them in PowerPoint and they save that as an image and
yeah.
then they use that as a button. And then I have to come back because somebody wants the button text to change, and I don't know how or what I can do to change that to change that. But having it be an icon
Oh
like
yeah.
this plus an actual label means that, 2 years down the road when somebody has to maintain my form, they can change upload to click here or whatever they need to do, right?
Yeah. All right. So, in case of material font, this is the trick. And starting with material icon equal, and first provide the group name, and the second is the font name. Then I'm going to add this to again to the screen tip. Secret box. Then also need to load. Okay, done. And okay, another row. So I just add here. And this time it's, oh yeah. It's rather long one is in a step-by-step guide, which is a combination of various families. But if your need is only in one family, you can reduce this kind of a family list. But for now, let me load everything.
So
Okay.
at the high level, Qdabra, you're talking about how to sort of give the trainees these specific, sort of highly, adjusted UIs, these kind of advanced UI techniques for their forms, right?
Or the font technique that you may utilize as you like. So it's,
right.
yeah, just adding this and adding some kind of magic keyword to the tooltips.
So the benefit is to help them with their forms, to make them look better.
Yep, more visual.
Okay, cool.
And
we still got like 3 or 4 updates to go, right?
Yes,
Oh my God.
because this section contains a lot, as I mentioned, a lot, 5 things to
That's
do.
crazy. Sorry, I'm trying to stop interrupting you. Take care. Good luck. Thank you.
So let's see the result. And now, at least we can see a Google font. But okay, now we can see that we are going to have a bit more adjustment, as you instantly noticed, like a positioning or alignment and so on. So I wonder if I would demonstrate that one too, or just skip that part or so on. But I can do that, how to manage these kind of differentiation.
And I think you've got that actually in the lab for them. So
Yeah.
maybe we could skip demonstrating that and move
That's right.
forward to the next demo.
Yes.
And then if they
Yeah.
get stuck in the lab, of course
Sure.
we can help them, but maybe we've addressed this adequately.
Exactly. That's the great. So
And trainees, please raise your hand or speak up if you would like to not go forward. Yeah.
I mean, this lab is actually really intense, and Cal's done an amazing job of creating this lab to show you these very detailed techniques. I think the challenge is trying to communicate why they're important to you. That's the challenge we're having. And I'm sorry that we didn't do this testing before presenting to you. But, in my viewing, I'm just like, well, you've got to communicate the value of this to the customers, the trainees. And that's what the problem I'm having is I'm not seeing a clear communication of the why and the wherefore. So please do speak up. We don't want to lose you. We want to keep you on the call. The second and the third labs are very important, and we want to keep your attention here. Attention is all you need, according to Google 2017. So so this is really key. And if we're going into the weeds, please raise your hand. I've been trying to do that, but I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. Hillary, please raise your hand if there's weeds.
Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah.
I mean, I think we should. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's very intense.
All right, let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
And then we'll pop back. Cara, do you mind just keeping your screen share up? I think we've just clarified with everybody that we're going to take 5. So we'll be back at 8. Watch me do a math, everybody. We're going to be back at 8:26. So, okay.
Let's make it 10, Hillary. Let's make it 10.
Okay, we're going to be back at 8:31. I did math twice. And I'm also going to take off for just a couple of minutes here. But before I do that, does anybody have any specific questions that are kind of they're kind of mulling over here that we can address?
Yeah, I mean, so think about the screen tip technique that Kat is showing in the slide. So the screen tip technique is really key for a lot of the CSS work that we do, the JavaScript work, to make your forms responsive. And if you've seen this before, you'll think about this and think about, well, what are your questions about this? And then we'll come back and we'll answer those questions, right?
Sounds good. And also, guys, when I send out recordings for today, I'm going to include, when I send out the recording links, I'm going to include some specific webinar links that we've done over the past year or so on some of these UI techniques, just so you've got some webinars with some additional information to make it easier for you to customize some of this to your forms.
Awesome. Thanks, Hillary. Okay, so we're going to share a screen for 10 minutes next in the break, right? Coffee break. And we'll see you in 10.
Great, 10 minutes. And just so everybody knows, this is Hillary. I'm back. So if you need anything, I'm here. If you have a question or something that came up during the break that you want to discuss, I'm handy.
I just put a question into chat if you want to take a look
You
at
are
that.
so awesome.
You know me, I will ask
Okay,
those
you are
questions.
my question machine, Benjamin. I love it. All right, so you finished adjusting the upload send to have the same style by adding the class equals flex. And I noticed this caused the buttons to separate across the form. I'm showing my reading skills. Is that expected behavior? I'm not 100% sure, but I thought they were side by side before I added the parent class. So Karu, if you're handy, do you want to talk about what class equals flex does? She may be on break.
I'm
Almel?
here. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you're my girl.
All right. Yeah.
So,
Oh, Karu's here too.
Kara, take it away.
I'm unmuted the mic. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
Yes. Interestingly, yes, you pinpoint a very interesting area because we have two types of class definition, and that is not one of the big, improvement by Mel's idea. Previously, we have a kind of class definition like a class equal. And by the way, you can specify multiple classes. But if you have a comma separated parameters, then the first one is assigned to the parents. Sometimes we really need to assign a class to the parent of specific item. Now this time is the case. And the flex, display flex is sometimes tricky. And even we put a two button in horizontally aligned, sometime adding flex on each element, divide this and go to the next line. And okay. In fact, I was trying to make this resolve by adding class flex. But there might be some issue or so on. So maybe it would be great if Benjamin can share the screen later so that we can talk together.
Okay, so you're saying that it was not the expected behavior to have the buttons to
Yep.
separate across the form. Okay. All right.
Okay.
And yeah, and so when we
Yes.
get to more of a lab point, Benjamin, if you want, yeah, do you want to show us your end form? Do you have an end
Yeah.
form?
Yes, this is the end form. This is the expected one.
Okay. Yeah. So we can definitely take a look, Benjamin, and see what's up there. But the expected result then is what we see here on Karu's screen. And then Nima, you had a question about can we add some resources for all templates? I think what you're asking there is it possible to state that I want all these templates to use this resource, but we do have to actually add load resources to each form individually. Am I addressing your question? Okay, got it. I'm going to go ahead and type that in the chat too, so we've got it. Excellent. Karu, do you have any specific resources you would recommend to our trainees for learning more about CSS and JavaScript? I mentioned in chat that if they were like me and struggled with these things, that the AI bots are great, but
yeah, sometimes I often use Cloud to explain, like, just put the CSS and explain this and why this comes like this. And yeah, that would be a nice reference point these days, in fact.
Okay.
These list forms as well as forms viewer. Okay, as for list forms, you mean not forms viewer form,
I
but
think she means
forms.
she means list forms
Any
in
forms
Forms
viewer.
Viewer.
I
Yeah,
yes,
and I think
definitely
any
yes.
form in Forms Viewer we can add
Yes.
resources to, and we can use CSS and JavaScript on Kathy. So excellent question. But
Great.
yeah, these techniques apply to any form that you're hosting in Forms Viewer, which includes list forms. Okay.
All right. Then shall we back to
So Cal, can you go to the document,
What?
the lab?
What? document.
Please show our trainees where you're at with the document. How far are you at in the training document?
We have 2 more tasks and like an pop-up toast and auto log out and auto save. Maybe we can do just one of them.
No, we should do all of them. They're all very important.
All
What did you
right.
let's just review what you just covered. So tasks 1, 2, and 3. What were those again?
Yep. Task 1 is validation tips.
Can you show the document, please? Show the documentation.
Documentation? You mean this documentation all the way?
I mean, yeah, you got it right there. So I mean, the image is great too, but we didn't realize you're going to go through these in the document.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of image I added. I hope that helps everyone.
So go back to the main image.
Main image? You mean
the one you just had? Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. So one. So we got. So okay, 5 sections in your document, right, on how to do this new UI stuff. And number 1 is validation tips, right?
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 is table column widths.
Yeah.
Font icons, and then now we're going to look at pop-up toast and auto log out and save. Okay, awesome. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay, so back to the now for task 4. So if we would better to see the result first. Then you can see here and pop-up toast. And there's a 2 button, show success. And in fact, you will combine this. Yeah, can you see the success? And there's a kind of failure. And the thing I really like is now we can set this button doesn't disappear automatically with a specific parameter. Sometimes success is okay. You just go on and goodbye. However, in case of failed, I really want to read the text and what is the issue.
Right. Yeah, I feel the same way. So the cool thing about the pop-up toast is that it shows up and then it disappears. And that's cool because we don't have another control like that in our forms. But what Kat is saying is that it shows up and it holds. It shows you the error message, which is it's just important because sometimes you actually want to click on it and say, what happened?
What? And sometimes it's gone. And oh no, please show this me again feeling I had. So this is a great feature that Mel added to the pop-up toast.
And I'll mention we saw this, yesterday with our Qdoc chat. So when we had the users having that error, trying to save their instance ID, and they couldn't get a screenshot of the error for us because it was disappearing. So that would be a great ad, Mel, to have on our Qdoc chat for the failure messages.
We definitely need to update that Qdoc chat. We were missing the screenshots. They are every time. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the thing we would like to do in this lab. So back to our test lab. And also, let me just start from the end of the last lab to shorten the time. You have both instruction and step-by-step guide. A little bit different, but I hope that would be okay. So from here, I go to the design mode, and what I would like to do is also there are 2 files, custom prompt toast JavaScript and CSS. And we also need Google Material font icons that you already seen in the pop-up toast. So we can just add these 2. First, adding to the lab from the lab. Oh, this one, add it, and one more on CSS, add it. And as usual, back to the main panel and go to the finish loading and add one more load. Or something. And again,
So
load
why
that.
are they loading these? What's the purpose?
The first one, you mean on the reason to add JavaScript and CSS?
Yeah, for sure.
Because we need to create a kind of specific element on demand dynamically to show up and also count the timing and that kind of things. It's all in JavaScript and CSS specify where to appear and how it appear.
Mel, do you agree with that?
Yep, totally. You nailed it, Karu. Thank you.
Is there a way to say it that I can understand, actually?
I understood. I understood
Well,
it.
the fact is that this kind of modern control isn't built in, and so we have to use code for it, and we have to use CSS to style it. So we're using the JavaScript to actually create the. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mel. I've never looked at these files, but we're using the JavaScript to create the actual kind of pop-up indicator, and we're using the CSS to style the indicator. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. And if you look at your form, you don't even have a section for that pop-up toast. There's no
Yeah,
section
it's not
for it.
there at all. It's all
not.
code and CSS.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's automatically generated dynamically. I
Yeah, let's
guess.
ask one of the trainees if they understand that. So who do you want to pick, Mel?
Go for it, Misty.
Why are you picking on me?
Because we love you.
You're our girl.
What was your question again? Can you repeat your question?
Do you understand what they're saying?
Yes. Yes. But actually it took me quite some time to figure out kind of what was going on in the background of our forms. Because I wasn't involved in the setup of it initially, if you remember, it was a long time ago. So what you're doing is telling it to look at the settings, basically, I guess, and tell it how to display how the pop-up should look on the screen.
Awesome. Chris, do you understand this too? Chris Miller? Is on the call?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, again, this is not necessarily new for me, so it's just, refreshing my memory because I actually had this come up on one of our forums recently. I'm like, I remember, I know that we have to be able to do this. I just gotta remember how to do it. So now I know.
Cool, that's awesome. Anyone other questions, comments? This is, if you're befuddled, bemused like me, please do raise your hand and ask a random question like I've been doing. I'm trying to do this for you guys because I think this is very complex and very hard to understand. So do question us. Do raise your hand. Allie, thanks for that question a minute ago, actually 10 minutes ago. Sorry, I'll just shut up again. Hillary, Counter, Mel.
Yeah, I have just one point to say. We also use these JavaScripts to, if we want to add a custom curls command that is, it's not available in our curls library yet, and we just want to, if Hillary wants to explain further, that they do need JavaScripts to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody's aware, and again, I know these are esoteric, kind of complicated topics. And I will include another link. So you guys are going to get a link-full email from me today, but I'll include a link to to a webinar on our custom rules framework that we support. So you can use the same Q rules syntax for your own commands written in JavaScript. And I personally make Claude write mine, and Claude can spit those things out pretty quick. So
we should have Sweta comment on this because she's using this for her the next lab actually. Sweta, are you there?
Yeah.
So you're using custom commands, right? Custom QoS commands.
Yeah, so to run our chatbot, whether it's validation, support, or basically to call LLM, I've created a custom rule that triggers the endpoint for the LLM, and using that rule, I'm just connecting between the form and the JavaScript code. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so these QoS custom commands are your way to extend our common functionality. So Hillary, what do we got? We got 150 QoS commands. How many do we support in Forms here today?
I don't know. I would have to go count them. But I mean, we support, like I said
And
earlier,
hundreds, so right?
yeah, we support the bulk of them. We get very few requests from anybody for something that they feel is missing from the original code. And Caroline,
Thanks,
that's why we've
Caroline.
got the financial ones.
So
Mhm.
of the remaining features, the remaining commands are supported. They're all financials,
Yeah,
esoteric.
there are these really esoteric financial things. There's some things that were supported only because they were InfoPath filler specific. Well, we're not using InfoPath filler anymore, so the functionality there is moot. And so there's some things like that that haven't been implemented, but they are few and far between. The bulk of the commands are supported, but that doesn't mean people don't sometimes need to do things that we just don't have, or
Right.
hadn't created, or hadn't added. And you may have some specific need across all of your forms, and if you create a custom command for it in JavaScript, then you can leverage this framework and easily add these and use these just like you would use a QRules command.
Yeah, that's great comment. And Sweta's kind of, I didn't sort of explain it as well. She's using it as well. So you have the ability to create your own custom commands. If you need a command created, you can just go, like Hillary was saying earlier, you can just, or Mel, you can just go into Claude and you can ask it to generate a JavaScript command to do a special function for you. And you can add it as JavaScript to your form. And the form will actually run it. Obviously, you need to configure the field, like Cal is showing. So Cal is showing how
Yeah.
to configure these.
Yeah, this is a great segue. So what we are
Okay.
doing at next is, you can guess, custom prompt toast. And this is the custom command that defined in this JavaScript file. So custom command contain various things, a little bit more complex than regular JavaScript, but we can do almost anything if you can write in JavaScript. So to make this happen, I'm going to copy this custom command to the button row. I hope it's correct. Done. And let's see. Yes.
So what's the custom command and why are you doing this?
So this is kick the command defined in the JavaScript which generate dynamically the pop-up toast so that you can see that.
Okay, so we're on showing customers how to add this sort of dynamic thing that pops up that shows your form was submitted and then it evaporates. Or in the new cases, it actually sticks around and shows the error message, right?
Yeah, so we are going to create this show success message as well as another button is failure, show failure. And in case of show failure, a little bit different one. So, title is failed. We can also specify allow close is true. This is the key. Once this parameter is set as true, this won't disappear automatically. But wait until I click close it to make sure user read it.
So that's the new one, right?
Yes, that's a new one. And for rule, add Qrule command. And did I add everything we need?
Well, so just to recap, they would only want to add this special new pop-up toast that doesn't disappear in situations where the error message was so significant that they'd want to read it and not have it disappear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hillary, Emil, anything to add to this? I mean, I'm trying to understand why this is important.
Well, I can tell you it's important. This is Allie. I can tell you it's important because yesterday when we were having some issues, the error message would pop up and disappear before we could tell what it actually said.
Awesome.
But I do also have a question: is that
Mhm.
if you don't want to
Mm.
make somebody click the X, where do you specify how long for the success message to show? Is that in the CSS, in the JavaScript? You know, I want it to show for 5 seconds before it disappears. Maybe you're going to get to that, but
I see.
question I have at the moment.
Yeah, seems like written in JavaScript because we just add JS and CSS, not adding specific field to keep that value temporary.
But
Mel,
we
is
can
that right?
definitely, yeah, we can definitely
Yeah.
update the script. And that's going to be
Sure.
an update, yeah, to add
Mhm.
a new parameter for the
Mm.
timeout.
Sure, yeah.
For the
Mhm.
duration.
Or parameter, yeah. Parameter, adding
Duration.
a parameter would be great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh,
So,
I have a
yeah.
question,
Mm.
Irina. What the timing, or I mean, how this toast knows is it failed or is it succeeded? I'm asking because yesterday in lab 2, I was uploading documents and I was getting a toast error, but the documents was uploaded. So
Yeah.
it was a timing issue, like it think that a file is not loaded yet. That's why I think, okay, it's fail and send me fail message, but actually all documents was uploaded successfully.
Great question. In effect, we just put that button, but in actual scenario, there are no this kind of button. So you are going to write this command in your submit rule with some condition.
Right. So
Still,
Irina, what you were seeing
Mhm.
yesterday may have been a bug, and Mel, you'll take a note to investigate that because I think you were in the
Yeah.
QDoc chat.
Mhm.
But in general, what you would do is like Carl was saying, you wouldn't actually have show success, show failure buttons on your form. Instead, you'd have a submit button. And your submit button first is going to use maybe get errors to go make sure you don't have any validation errors. And then it's going to try your submit, and it's going to use whatever, based on whatever you are submitting to, logic to determine whether that was successful or not. And then you would show either the success or failure message. So for example, when we submit to DBXL, we get back, a message whether or not it was successful in terms of an error message, or if we're using the Qrules command, there's an error. So we can leverage that to determine whether to show success or failure. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yeah, I totally understand that it's just demo, and I would have. That's what my question was. Where are we actually putting code for this toast? No, is it failure or is it success? So, but you
Yeah, and
explain it right now. So yeah,
okay,
I'm okay. Yeah, you don't
all
have to
right,
repeat. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
perfect. Thank you, Irina.
Great.
I don't understand it, Hillary and Irina. I think that it's completely oblique to me, or opaque. But that's fine if you guys are happy. Let's continue going. I mean, we have a lot of UI features, and what we're trying to do in this lab is we're trying to show you
Yeah.
these new UI features that we've developed the last 3 or 4 months, and we've gone off the rails completely. Let's just admit to that. So, yeah, I mean, we've been working focused on all these other labs this week because Cal is this long-standing, very senior person here, and so we haven't really reviewed her stuff in depth. And so she's got a lot of really great content here. It's just the question is how to communicate it so that people understand. And Yeah, so the question Irina had, I think, was how do we identify and how do we, like the pop-up toast, what's the question, Irina? Sorry, I'm asking this again, because I'm worried that we're not missing, we're
Her question was
not,
about how does it know when to show success or failure? And it's
right,
actually the parameters that are being passed into it. So it's your form logic determines whether to show success or failure. And you can see these two example usages that show first a success message and second a failure message. So it is no magic. It's just the form logic itself. You run your form submit logic. You determine whether you've had success or failure on that logic, and then you show the notification appropriately.
okay, great, awesome, thank you. Sorry, it's late, I'm kind of bamboozled here, discombobulated, what do you want to call it? Irina, does that make sense?
Yes,
Awesome.
yes, it
Thank you
has
so
a
much.
perfect sense. Thank you.
Sorry, Counter, for randomizing it so much.
Okay, so we have one more. Would you like to just see auto log out and auto save, or would you like to see a
I mean, this is actually one of the
creation
most
demo?
important things, so we should definitely show this.
At least I will show you. Okay, so as the result is here auto log out. Already combined. Now I'm staying here without doing anything. Now countdown started because I set 10 for more visibility. And if this is time up, we have two choices. Just close form. This is the one we had in past. If it's expired, we just close form, but Mel added a great thing to continue session. But this is a kind of retrieve a kind of local one. Then you can continue even after the auto log expiration is period is gone. So again, okay, yeah.
And so, go ahead, Patrick.
You're first, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think
Yeah.
every one of us has users who do things like start a form, leave it overnight, come in the next day and wonder why there's a problem submitting. And after they've disconnected their laptop and taken it home, right? And so this is this kind of session state saving is intended to help users that are filling out a long form or go to lunch or whatever. It's saving it locally in their browser session cache. Mel's obviously
Awesome.
brilliant. And so it's just saved locally. When you click continue session, it's just reloading the form with that data from your cache, from your local cache, from your session.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely has to rank as one of the top 2 or 3 features that Qdabra's built in the last 6 months. So, hats off to Mel for thinking this up. So we've been worried about this for a long time because we have customers who have errors when their forms, their browsers time out after 30 minutes or whatever it is. And Mel came up with this great solution, which is you just save it locally into the cache. Now, this doesn't work. There's a limit to the amount of data, and I don't think this is worth worrying about. But it's like 5 or 10 gigabytes or 5 or 10 megabytes or something like this. So most forms are not going to be anywhere near that. So I don't think you need to worry about it. But just keep that in the back of your mind that there is some browser cache limit to the amount of data that you can save.
Or you need to be careful you wouldn't open the same form in more than one location. It's local browser cache.
So why? Okay, I see. So they have different machines. Is that what you're saying?
They have different machine. As usual, it's a kind of, good practice for everyone every time.
Yeah, I get what
If
you're
you,
saying. It's local. So if I went and started
Yep.
the same form on my phone, I can't expect it to reload whatever was
Yep.
locally
Yeah,
cached on my
sure.
laptop. But that I wouldn't
Mm.
expect that anyway, because I'm a modern,
Anyway, yep,
a
sure.
modern net web user.
Irina, you had a
It's
question?
same, just a good practice for everything. Yeah.
Irina, did you have a
No,
question?
no.
I I saw you talk.
I have a question that I just put in chat.
think so.
So if somebody has a form that they have opened and they got expired and it's saved on their local machine, what if in that time, maybe it is overnight, I have uploaded an update to the template when they go
Wow.
back and open that
Yeah, that's a great
cached
question.
form? Like now I recognize that that's not going to happen very often, but if it is a new young form, I could see that being an issue.
Actually, I
For
think as
sure.
long as your schema is the same, I don't imagine that would be a problem. Elmo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I
No,
believe
no,
when we continue,
it would be wrong, Hillary, because they'd save, so someone else saved a file, and then so person A, let's say Allie, opened the form and she's working on it, and then she had an interruption. She had to go away, and then person B, let's say Benjamin, comes online and he opens the same file and he makes some changes which are different than Allie's, and he saves it, right? So he saves it to the SharePoint library or the DBXL store or wherever, right? And then Allie comes back to work and she gets this pop-up. Your session has expired, continue session. And she clicks continue session. Now she's going to overwrite Benjamin's updates.
right, I get what you're saying. I was addressing her. She had said form template. The form template was updated. So I wasn't thinking in terms
I'm
of
sorry.
that form XML. But yeah, I see what
Allie,
you're saying
which
about the
one?
form XML.
Yes, the template. So like in one of my situations, I have a user access request form, and every once in a while we have people asking for a change to, change the options available on this page. And it might be a small change, but if it is a constantly evolving form and people always have stuff that is, forms that are saved as draft or whatnot, if I overnight make a change to the fields on a page, and upload that template change, if somebody comes in the next day and tries to continue their
but
session.
that's very low probability, right? That's a great question.
I could see it being a not so low probability
Oh.
in some of my forms.
I see. Wow. Okay, I haven't really thought about this much, but I'm responding to what I thought was more probable, more likely scenario, which is that you got multiple users open the same form. So in your case, you're changing the form and they're opening it. They've opened it. They got your form. What this message here? Your session has expired. So they're going to hit. Yeah. So in this case, if the form template was updated and they're in this old session, I wouldn't expect it to work at all. We should probably ask Jimmy. Hillary, what do you think?
Sure, yeah, we can ask Jimmy. I think, Elmo, does your script actually refresh the form template and then just upload or just open it with the data that you've stored locally?
Yeah, it's in general, I would think when you load, a tab with it or forms viewer template, it would always take the latest template, right? Template version unless.
Yeah, so if you refresh it, it's going to get the latest template. And
Mhm.
then it will upload whatever the XML was that was stored. So Allie, whether or not that would be breaking would depend on the change you made to your form
Sure.
template,
Yeah.
which in general, you're not making breaking changes.
I would hope not.
But let's just ask Mel again, because I didn't quite understand this. So Mel, if you ask continue session, if you click continue session, does that load a new version? It doesn't, right?
It would load the new version of the template if there is.
Great.
It doesn't, well, let me correct that. It doesn't care about that. It only cares about the data that is stored on the local
That's what I thought.
browser.
So it doesn't load a new
right.
template. Does it load a new template or not?
It doesn't know.
refreshes.
Yeah, it doesn't
It
know
does-
if there is a new or the same version, but Forms Viewer does know there's a new version of that template, so it would load it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your script
Well, I think
refreshes
that
the page, right?
I'm not confident here. So you guys need to create an inquiry here so we can investigate this after the class. This doesn't. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Great question, Ellen. What else for this? I mean, we're dedicated. We're committed to making this work correctly. And Allie's question was awesome, right? Because it created this scenario which we hadn't thought about before.
Yeah, that's why also when I created this feature, I told Hillary that we need to test this because there's a lot of possible, things that might happen. And so when we implemented this in one of our forms, so central flows to be specific, we make sure that there is locking there too, so that when someone continues the session, it also respects locking, like
Yeah.
other users that are logged in at the same time making changes, won't override each
That's
other's
not,
work.
but the locking is great, and that's an awesome feature in central flows, but that doesn't apply to the XSN change. Like
Yeah, but
if Ali
that's
goes in
right.
and changes fields, that's
Yeah, just
that's like,
pointing out one of the possible scenarios and things that would happen in
I mean,
this
yeah,
context.
certainly we wouldn't expect, like Hillary said, we wouldn't expect people to go in and change the XSN in a major way. Sorry, Ali, but great question, but we're just trying to understand this. So other questions for this? Great job, Kaudu, in creating these wonderful debate points here. We probably need to take another break. How about a 10-minute break? We're 2 hours in. We need to take another break. Thank you, Hillary. I don't think we're going to do a 20-minute break. I think we haven't even started the lab. So let's do a 10-minute break, give people an ability to take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll try to finish lab 1.
Sounds good. Benjamin, you had a question. You raised your hand.
Yeah, I'm just looking over this last part of the lab, and it's showing something in here that I'm not seeing in the form designer UI, and it's telling me to add this custom control right for this activity check, but I don't see anywhere where I can actually get into add or remove any custom controls. There's no option for that,
Oh,
so I'm kind of confused by that.
yeah, it's
Are
not
you an
clear. I'm
InfoPath
sorry.
designer?
It's InfoPath Designer.
So Carly, the lab has them go to InfoPath Designer for a
Yes,
part of it.
for task 5 only. So adding the new control, which is not added to Forms Viewer, that is inactivity check. This is the only part that we have to use InfoPath Designer. We are sorry about that.
I see. Okay. That's not something I've never used InfoPath before, so
Oh,
I was
okay.
I
Is
wasn't
there,
even
is there a
aware.
workaround? Is there a workaround?
What we can do is I am going to share the one. No. This should be in a. Okay. The one
So
I
why
added.
do you need to go to InfoPath Designer? I'm sorry. Why
Chaos.
is InfoPath Designer? Just show your screen. Just show it.
I'm presuming it's because the XCP isn't currently available in
Yep.
Forms Designer.
Oh.
Yep. That is
So
not
can you do
available.
can you do a starter form for them?
Yes, I can add one more starter form with inactivity check is embedded. Then you can start from that starter form.
Yeah, that would be perfect if you could do that.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Yes, I will. Maybe
Great
takes within a
question,
few minutes, but I
Oh,
will
sure.
upload.
Yeah.
And new
I'm shocked that
additional
our
one.
testers didn't find this because we actually tested this and it came back okay. I don't know how Pranish got through this at all with that. Okay. Well, if you're happy, Ben, that's all that matters. And of course others as well. But yeah, I mean, we have added 4 or 5 XTPs in the last 4 months. So we're committed to making this better so that we don't have to go back to InfoPath Designer. And I'm sorry for everyone that we have this InfoPath Designer moment here. We didn't realize this. I didn't realize this before the lab, day 4, lab 1. But yeah, I mean, so it's easy to work around this, I think, hopefully. Kelly?
Oh, yes, I am trying to add. Okay, there's 4.
Go ahead, do that.
Locally.
We'll take the break and you go ahead and take some time to try that. And we'll come back in 10 minutes. Thanks, Hillary.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and round up and call it 9:20. Benjamin, also in terms of your button layout, we'll have Caro take a look at that form after she's taking care of this other issue of getting that starter form created. But I'll make sure that we take a look and see what happened with that lab for you.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. Caro, thank you for adding that starter template. In case anybody didn't notice it in chat, we've got a starter template now for that task 5 of the lab. And I'm also, Caro, going to chat you a link to Ben's form where the buttons didn't lay out as anticipated, so you can take a quick look at that.
Yeah, it should be called the D4L1-T3, and then my name. I think I had a couple iterations in there.
Oh, okay. Maybe I don't have the yeah.
You have the right one. It's the T3 one. Yeah.
The T3 one. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm trying to read the URL encoded gibberish on the
Yeah.
template name there, and I'm like, do I have the right one? Okay, good. Yeah, and that's the one where your buttons are a little gap tooth, which we didn't expect. So
Yeah,
yeah,
you can
Caro, if
actually
you could.
see because I added the show success onto the same
Uh-huh.
form, so you'll actually see the upload and send are like separated, but the show success are side by side. So it's definitely something with that
It's
class
definitely with that
change.
flex. Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah,
that class flex, but class flex is hard for a bunch of our brains. It doesn't but Caro's brain understands class flex. She's not like me. She doesn't struggle with this stuff.
Okay, is this task 3? Okay, let's see. Yeah, task 3. Benjamin's one. Okay, here is got it.
Yeah, and if you wanted to share while you
Hmm.
debug this so that we can all kind of learn something,
Okay.
that would be awesome too.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let
sorry for turning break
me.
time into learning time,
Oh,
everybody. I'm
interesting.
terrible about that.
Okay. All right. I see. I'm going to share this one.
Thank you.
Oh, I see. I see. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay. Uh-huh. Start inspection. Span upload. This is my button. Oh, okay. The flex only flex this button and this button. Okay, I see. I see. Oh, interestingly, another factor on the alignment seems to be applied on this one. Okay. On the text alignment is left. Yeah, this make line that the word says different. Yes, maybe. I think I need to align with something. A moment.
So I know, Trinis, you've seen this a lot this week of us popping open this inspect tab in the browser. These dev tools, they look kind of intimidating, but they can be really helpful. And one of the things that helps me a lot with CSS, because as I've mentioned, I'm not super duper at it. One of the things that helps me a lot with CSS is being able to apply and remove styles right here in these dev tools so that I can kind of see what may be going wrong or what I maybe need to address. It can be useful to know where to try these things. And Kari, while you look at that, I'm going to share real quickly because I just remembered I promised them a I promised everybody a treat. Hang on. So I just wanted to show you all my Claude session for custom commands that I used the other day. Now, we all know now from looking at the lab and looking at what Caro demonstrated that when I actually use my command, I would start it with custom blah, blah, blah. But the actual command, JavaScript, I had Claude write for me. I uploaded a file that had the syntax showing how we create custom commands. And I just basically said, where is it? Up here. No, that's the favicon. That was an earlier one. Okay, here it is. Hey, can JavaScript be used to display a custom modal or a prompt with custom buttons? And this is in the same prompt where earlier I'd asked it about writing custom commands. And it just popped out this perfectly usable custom command for me. I copied it into a JavaScript file that had the rest of the necessary stuff that we needed. There's a little bit of additional JavaScript necessary. I'm gonna pop one of these open so you can see it as soon as I find my documents. Forms viewer, custom commands. Here's one. All right, so this is the one, just be a second here. This is the file that I shared with Claude. 1 second. This is the file I shared with Claude. This is a sample of some custom commands, and you can see we've got this function, add commands, blah, blah, blah. So this stuff at the top and this stuff at the bottom stay the same, but then we've got this QR register command syntax. And so basically what Claude spit back for me after I gave it this file was the syntax for a new command that showed a modal, and then all I had to do was add that to my JavaScript file, and then I could call it with my custom show modal command. I did another one, or had it do another one. You see how I've already taken the credit for setting a favicon on a tab. So those are just some of the things, you know, you can use our little bot friends for. I'll go ahead and get this guy out of here. And Caro, feel free to share again if you have any insights into what's going on with Benjamin's form.
Oh, in fact, not yet.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine. And you can just
yeah.
pop into chat with that information
Mhm.
too. So no big deal. I'll just keep this slide up so we all know when to come back. Okie dokie, we are back and ready to roll, I hope. It is 9:20. We're going to regroup. As we have been doing all along, you have plenty of time to work on these labs. Feel free to reach out. If you get stuck, you can reach out to me and I can get your question to Karu or Almel if I can't figure it out. And they can help get you squared away if it's outside of
Yeah.
my expertise, you know. I'm really good at making things look bad. What can I tell you? But I'm glad I've got these two around to help make things look good. So we'll go ahead and move forward. We're going to have, I believe, is Sweta, are you presenting this section or is it Almel?
It's Mel who is presenting the lab 2.
It's you who are presenting Lab 2. That's wonderful. And Sweta, I think we did introductions back on day 1 because you did day 1 Lab 2 for us, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to share out and I'll go ahead and stop sharing and you can just get everybody rolling?
So Mel is going to demo the lab 2. because I don't have credentials.
Well, let's give people a little bit of a background first. So, sorry, Hillary, to interrupt like this, but thanks you for the emceeing and the voiceover. Is Kauta done with her lab? Kauta?
Yes, the lab item is done, but I still debugging the
So
one.
let's go back. I'm sorry. Given how difficult this was, and it's not necessarily your fault. I mean, we obviously have this feature that we demoed in a webinar in October, and I asked you to do this for the training, and we're so confident that wasn't going to be an issue. We focused on all the other stuff. So I really do want to make sure that we've communicated this to the trainees. And so can we do a quick summary of that? I mean,
Okay.
maybe it shouldn't be you. Maybe it should be someone else. But I mean, do you want to try it first, and then we'll ask Hillary to go next and add on to that, and then maybe have Mel follow.
All right, so this section's purpose is show you the ability of utilizing and CSS and JavaScript, and especially for the styling, and some of them are kind of feature like this. So it's a kind of showcase. Yeah, we have too many things to show, and I think it's too much for the 20 minutes lab, but I hope you can get some idea on how we can expand our forms viewer form in
Yeah, I mean,
various ways.
I really like this slide because it shows that you can extend the forms in 5 different ways, and you've showed how to do these. So I think that's a great summary. Hillary, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I know I mentioned at the close of training, I think it was day 2. My hope for the trainees in this is that they really get some inspiration and some ideas of things they can apply to their own forms, or ways they can make their own designs modern, or the way they can move their forms forward, or the ways they can delight their users. And I think these techniques are a vital part of being able to delight users in our very UI conscious society today. So I do think it's a great lab to play with and get a feel for, if for no other reason than to inspire you, to help you think of the things that you could have.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So we're going to show the pop-up toast again in the next lab. The I'll log out and say if you saw that already. Any questions before we continue to lab 2? Lab 2. Hey, Benjamin, thanks for being so active. I don't think that's a question. Thank you for that comment. So, and let us know if that's a question or not. I think the next shift is to show the support portal. So over the last, and I think it would be great, Mel, if you could share out your screen and show the support portal. If you're able to, of course, what I can, but thanks.
Absolutely, yeah, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, I mean, so we actually shipped support portal v2, v1. Kauta did this in April of this year, and we've had lots of people comment on it. I think I want to highlight Misty at Impact Life. I think she gave us the first bit of critical feedback in June. Maybe I've got the date wrong, but Misty, you said that you really want the ability to just type in the fields.
Yep.
Like,
yeah, that would
why
be
do
very
I-
helpful.
yeah. And then we got feedback from Richard Sahadi at Prestonwood. He's not on the call today, and this is like in August. And he said, well, I'd like to be able to add feature requests, not just issues. So we took your feedback and we reimagined the support portal. We actually significantly reimagined it. So I think that, and most of the people on the call have not seen this. So this is a new view Mel's showing, which is, Mel, can you go back to the previous screen? Can you actually show them how to log in?
Right.
So when you log into our support portal, first of all, why would you want to do that? Well, you've got lots of features here. We're going to show you all the features today, but you can get access to our knowledge base. You can send us a support ticket. You can check your Qdabra forms usage. You can actually check your balance sheet for the support plan. You can check the license expiration date for the Qdabra forms license. So there's a ton of features that you can, look at here. And you're going to use this Qform authenticator to log in. So we're using a form here. This is all Qdabra forms, right? So Mel's got a form that actually uses the Qform authenticator that you saw with Lab 2, or Lab 1 of day 2 with Ashish, right? He showed how to add this to your form. So go ahead, Mel, sorry. And so once you log in, you're going to see, can you log in, Mel?
Probably expired. Yeah, we wait for another code here. I can refresh the page, but this just shows that authenticator is working for us. It's secured. 865-289 is the line of code. Hopefully this comes through. Time around update.
Right, and so this is a whole new screen. So the Qdabra forms, the support portal for Qdabra actually has this dashboard. The second column is the quick fix knowledge base, and the third column is to actually submit a new ticket or have us contact you. Both actually. We should probably change that to be not so lengthy now. So Mel, are you ready to demo?
Yeah, I'd like to demo and walk them through the lab steps, right? So
Awesome, thanks.
yeah, we've done the logging into the support portal page. You've seen me log in using our Q authenticator. Just go through that and enter your code that you'd see in your authenticator app. We use the Microsoft one, but yeah, go use what you have in your phone, I guess. And Patrick already showed that we are showing this at the back here, the landing page, what you see after you log in. So like Patrick said, we have 3 options to choose from to date. They might grow, right? But right now you do have these 3 features for you, functionalities for you working here. And let me take you a quick tour of what you can see on this landing page. You can see your support tickets, and because you saw me log in with my personal email address, that was Gmail. It was not my company email. I can see the tickets that I logged in using my account, or even I can see all the tickets that are under my company actually. So my dummy here is just the dummy company where I belong to. So it's just the top 3 there. I guess these are the oldest ones. So to catch your attention, right? We tell our support persons to address these support tickets ASAP. And then down here are our recent chats. We're going to jump through these with more details later too. Well, let's start with a view your dashboard. So what do we see in the dashboard? Let's click on it. And here we can see a layout, some buttons here. Kaoru taught you how you can make use of buttons with images like this and labels at the same time. So that's using that UI technique. And here I can see all the tickets that are logged under my company, which is up here, my dummy. And the status, right? I want to take a glimpse of where we're at with the tickets that I or my company, my teammates have submitted.
My dummy?
My dummy. That's our company, dummy company created for some reason. And then whom is it?
This is a test
account. Test account. Yeah. And assigned to whom, and when it's created, last modified. So let's take a look at one of these tickets. So I submitted this using my account early. So here you can see the what happened, like a history of what happened to my ticket, right? Just if you want to see that. And if I close, it just takes me back. You can see your licensing information if your company indeed has some licenses or use products with licenses, but I don't currently have one. Your forms viewer usage, this will show yeah, I don't see any data here, but if I do log in later, maybe I can show you with my Qdabra account. There is more information here. Okay.
Mel, why can't you show that right now? Come on.
I can. I'm just gonna log in with a different account. Hold on. So let me just duplicate my tab. And then this is an anonymous instance. Okay, so we do have an internal instance that we use. It's showing you how to hack it, right? So I'm going to enter as staff here. You can't do this because you're not a staff of Qdabra, but here I'm seeing different data. Okay, we have actual tickets here. So I'm going to just view my dashboard, and here are all the tickets that are present in our system. And now I can see balance sheets that shows all the customers' balance sheets, licensing. Maybe we can look at this or not. Licenses for the customers as well. Usage, I can select Qdabra here and look at our usage, click on that button. And here we can even see charts here. So this is an info path form that is showing charts that Kauru built. So,
That's awesome. So
yeah,
would customers see their own? They wouldn't have to drop down, right?
I think so. Yeah, they wouldn't.
Cal, is that correct?
Yes.
So for customers, will just see their chart, right? They were not going to have the ability to select the different
Definitely.
customer. Obviously.
Yes. No.
And I know we
Only
have
for
several,
them.
thank you. I know we have several customers on the call who've actually used this. Does anyone want to shout out? Does anyone actually seen this before?
When I log in, because I don't have any
Okay.
tickets, there's nothing, I don't see any of that. I don't see the thing on the navigation on the side. It's just a screen that says no support tickets found.
That's interesting. Maybe we should have you share out. Do you have a second?
Sure. You got me for another hour and a half.
Thanks. We're behind. I'm worried about this, but I really want to see this because we really want our customers to log into the support portal.
Right.
That's the whole
So-
point
Yeah,
of
this
this
is
lab.
this is not the new support portal. This is from the Qdabra.com page, though. Right.
Okay.
Can you give him a link, Hillary, so he can try the new one? And I'm assuming he has login for that. Do people have access to the new one? Am I hallucinating?
Yeah, my
So
login for the support portal worked for both the new and the old one. So I'm assuming it's the same for everybody.
And did you see usage, Benjamin?
Yeah, I see the usage. I was actually
Yeah,
kind of
awesome.
curious if you could explain the graph a little bit. I'm not understanding
Yeah, that's
the
great.
pink side
So
of the
Oh,
graph.
yes.
Can you share out, Benjamin? We'll just explain it with your.
Okay.
Oh, we can do it here too, whatever
Yeah,
you want.
because this is the kind of dummy company. I think we're using Qdabra software, and because we do not have license in my database, so
Sorry, Cal, but do you mind if Benjamin shares?
Yep.
Is that possible, Benjamin? Can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Thanks. Because I'd like to look at your screen. I'm really happy that you're able to log in because you haven't done this before. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Cal, can you explain this?
Yes, because this is a kind of monthly level, and I hope because license level based on our QuickBook information is basic version, and the green part is in the limitation, and red part is above the limitation, which is decided 1,000 open a month. I hope license level is correct.
Yeah, so Benjamin,
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
pretty
your
sure we're
license
on the
level is
basic.
mentioned.
Yeah.
Your basic, yeah. So you had a huge length. So what we do is we take an average of the whole year. So if you have a 1 month is in the pink, don't worry about it. If it all averages out correctly, right? It's not going to be a big issue for us.
Thank you.
Does that? I'm sorry, I don't even know if that answers your question, Benjamin. But is that what you're asking? Is that what you're worried about?
Yeah, so I was so this is like basically this is saying that in like May, right? Like 5 is May, we had like a much higher usage than we normally do in our forms. Is that what that's basically saying?
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's probably
Okay.
your CPAN, right? You guys,
Yeah.
I think, fill out a bunch of those
Yep.
in May, right? I think I remember
Yeah.
some Power Automate stuff to address back then. So yeah, I think that was I think that's a big CPAN month. Yeah.
Gotcha. And so this actually, so from what you were saying, Patrick, this averages out over the year. So even though we had a much higher usage in May, it averaged out to.
I mean, I don't know what the full calculation is here. Maybe Calda can answer that, but we look at the total average over the whole year. So we aggregate, we integrate over the whole year. So we didn't ask you to increase your license probably when you renewed, which is recently, I think it was 2 months ago. And that probably because of that, right? So you're below the average limit for that year. I mean, we have a lot of customers who are way beyond your usage, but I really appreciate you sharing out your usage as an example of this, and the fact that you're able to log into the support portal. Thank you very much. Mel, we can go back to you?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to share again. All right. Should we try the quick fix tab this time?
Yes, please.
Awesome. Okay, so click on that button in the middle. There is our friendly chat bot here. That's your support, Qdabra support AI assistant. So you can go here and search for, and if you have any questions about products, training how to. So we're just gonna ask maybe.
Sorry, Mel. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm completely out of base here tonight. Can you go back to the slides on this? What are the highlights for this lab? I just want to make sure people understand we're just not randomizing them with stuff. We have a program here. We've actually organized this, and we have a slide that shows how to the main benefits of this. So in Cow's lab, previously lab 1, we're really showing you how to customize your UI to make your forms look really professional and to add these features to your forms. Pop-up toast, log out, automatic save, fonts for buttons, all the stuff that she showed. And that's really cool from a UI perspective. So for people designing forms, you've got these extra things you can do that nobody else is going to do, right? So you look at, other form providers, they're not going to have what Chicago showed. They're not going to support that. And I should be sharing out my my slides because I worked on a slide actually. But let's go to lab 2, Mel, if you can. So enhanced validation. Yeah, it was probably this is the reason why we're not showing these slides. So you're going to log into the support portal. The first step is how to log in, and then we're going to show you how to quickly find a quick answer to your question. So you got a question, you got an issue, and it can be anything. The key thing is you spend 15 or 20 minutes looking into something, you get stuck. Okay, so you can email us, or you can just go to the support portal. You can check. Now the support portal has over 1,000 of our documents built in to the QDoc chat for the support portal. So the support portal has QDoc chat built in. The fact that that's there means that you can get a quick answer without bugging us. And then we provide the ability to bug us with the create and track support ticket. And then Mel just showed the current license, the usage stuff. Okay, Mel, next, back to you.
Yeah, so I was gonna actually start asking our doc chat, the middle option in there. So how do I log into the support portal? So this is just some random question I'm asking right now, but like Patrick explained, you might come in here asking for an actual real world question or issue you're facing and trying to find documentation, previous trainings, and even YouTube webinars, right? So here you go. Want to talk more about this, Patrick? I can ask another question.
Well, that document is from last year's support portal document, which was quite a long time ago. Is actually before Qdabra did her latest update earlier this year in June. So Qdabra, does this work for you? Does this make sense? Use your email to log in, one-time authentication, phone number, that makes sense. Log in to user phone number. Okay. All right, so this makes sense. Keep going, Mel.
Right. So we also have this attachment feature here that I can attach an image of like a screenshot of an error message that I encountered. So I have something here. Let me try this. So it shows you a quick preview, the thumbnail down there. I
So
can
show the error message first before you attach it. Just show it in
Okay.
the.
Stop it right there.
So someone's got you experienced an error message in Qdabra Forms. So you got a customer or a user that has a complaint. Like, hey, I've got this error message. I've got this issue. Failed to submit. Okay, so you get this error message, and what do? You take a screenshot, like Mel just did, and then you just go to the support portal and you type it in.
Yeah.
Mel?
So what I'm
Hey,
doing is
Patrick. Sorry, Mel.
sure.
Is DBXL included in here too?
I mean, this is all using DBXL.
For air-
I mean, for sure.
Is it? Okay. Okay, good.
And in the back end, I mean, we wouldn't not use DBXL because DBXL gives you scalability.
I think
Awesome.
I think Missy might be asking about, can she ask DBXL questions?
Yes.
Is,
Yep.
is that what you're asking?
Well,
Yes, we
well,
do
so-
have
so- so
DBXL
here's-
documentation uploaded.
This is a
Awesome.
great segue. So Misty, I want you to chat your question for DBXL. And anyone else has a question about any of our products, please chat that and we'll ask that next. So Mel's going to ask this question. She's actually just attaching an image. That's not even a question. But are you going to ask a question, Mel? Or are you
Right.
going to say what
Right.
the hell
No,
is
I'm not gonna say anything else, just attaching a screenshot right there. And let's see what happens. So yeah, just waiting for this. There's obviously some UI issues happening, but we can fix that for you, later. So
I
here
don't
it,
see
it
those. Where are
read
they happening? Where are they happening? Sorry, I don't see them.
Mhm. It read my message, this text in my image, right? And it's telling me that I need to fill these fields out. I can even download that message again for some reason to see if I attached the correct image or something, but looks like I have a bug there. It doesn't open anymore. But yeah, what else? So should I
Well,
add?
so Mel, what did you just do? I don't understand. So you attached an image for a bug,
Mhm.
and wouldn't
Yep.
we expect it to give us some kind of a we've seen this bug before kind of message, or why are you getting this fill all these fields?
It's explaining what the error message was about, the error in the image. Yeah, we actually didn't talk about the resolution function yet.
So is this expected? Is this correct?
I am expecting this. I'm not sure what the expectations are actually.
Okay, so what's the error message? Go back to that. Failed to submit. Okay, so there's a form. Contact name. Okay, so I didn't read this before. I'm sorry about that. So basically, you got some form with an error message. It's basically saying these random things, which is kind of interesting because why would you choose that as your first demo example? It's like we talked earlier, but I mean, we want. I mean, this is kind of very specific, right? Is this something? Why did you pick this? Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't know
Very
what you
difficult
planned
to-
for this. I think
Well,
Dr.
I said
Samuel.
I said yeah. So we've got lots of support tickets have been resolved and we've fixed, and so I was hoping that we would send a message, an image for one of those error messages that we've seen before, to show people how it finds the previous support tickets.
Okay, if you can send me that, maybe I didn't know about that.
Tommy did, so no worries. But this is very confusing because it's like, what's the point of this error message? No one understands the context,
Yeah,
right?
maybe I'm just a
Yeah.
user that don't know what I'm doing. I'm just, I don't know what that error is about.
I think Samyog sent some screenshots earlier. So Mel, in your email, you might have something from Samyog that says screenshots of trained issue tickets in Pinecone.
Yeah,
And I had
right.
thought that I hadn't known what those screenshots were for, but I think some of those screenshots might be interesting to search on. So why don't we try one of those?
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, it was only now that I realized what these were for. I was about to reply and say, what are these for?
Well, I
Let's try
explained
one of
this to
these.
everyone earlier, but apparently I'm just no off here. And OP. Although, Mel, you're doing an awesome job. I mean, yesterday was awesome. Today I'm randomizing everyone, so everyone's off on the edge here. Everyone's like off their kilter. So yeah, so the thing that Mel implemented. So here's an interesting thing to think about as everyone's watching this. They're like thinking, what the hell are they talking about? But one thing you did not see yesterday with Qdoc Chat is this ability to upload images, which is what Mel just did. So she uploaded an image. Okay, try that, Mel.
Yeah.
And so Qdoc Chat actually supports images as well. So what it's doing behind the scenes is it's actually converting the image to, let's see the image again, Mel, for this. Let's verify this is actually correct. And Hillary, maybe you can provide some voiceover here on the whether it's correct or not.
Okay, so this is a good error. This is an error that you might see if you have a data connection to a SharePoint list and that list has an invalid user in it. We also have we have some ways to work around this problem, but yeah, this is a great example.
So did it actually respond with a reasonable response? It didn't. It was completely lame. So let's ask it again here, Mel. Yeah, this is wrong, obviously.
Yeah, I would expect a response about the Q rules use option command that allows us to use options so that we don't have a problem with invalid users.
So I think the problem, Mel, is you're not prompting it correctly. You're just pasting the image, which doesn't give enough context, doesn't give us understanding. So you need to actually explain what you're doing here. And I'm sorry for not guiding you before this training class. So and you say something like, I got this error message and give it some context, right? And when would we get this error message, Shelley? What would be the scenario for it?
We would get this image if we had a query to a SharePoint list that had an invalid user in it, so a user that no longer existed. We see that more often with migrated stuff, like I had a list on my old on-prem and we migrated it to online. There is a QRules command we can use on load to adjust the way list queries are made so that this error doesn't happen.
Okay, so you just tested this again, Mel. I don't see a response.
Still thinking.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so this is about 70% accurate with regards to. Did we get closer, Hillary?
Yes, use option, key list query mode, value is rest. Yeah, so item one, okay, that's all right. That's generic troubleshooting. Two, to specify which might resolve query mode issues. If I had a wish list, it would be that this explained a little bit more what the root cause of the problem is, but step two would resolve the issue.
Okay. Well, that's important because we want to help customers resolve issues on their own without having to wait for us to respond to them, even though we're very fast at doing that. So the whole purpose of this find a quick fix is to ask our knowledge base using this Qdoc chat solution that we demoed yesterday. And it includes images. So you can paste an image in. That was the key takeaway here. Yeah, sorry. That's the feature. Any questions on that? Let's go to the next feature, Mel.
Would you like me to enter the users, the trainees' questions?
Go for it.
I'm going to ask Misty's question. Will I be able to input the Excel errors?
Does anyone else have questions? That's a great question, Misty. Thank you. Chris had a question as well. But that, I think that was earlier.
Yeah, Chris
Maybe not.
mentioned that he asked a question on pop-up toast and it showed a recent document. Benjamin asked a question about being able to put in a picture of a form and get back information on how to build it. I think that's a fascinating question. I'm not sure how I could create documentation that would be generic enough or adequate enough to provide that. Again, fascinating. And then Misty, this answer indicates that you should be able to get more information on yours. You could
Yeah.
certainly search on your error messages
I
and
mean,
see.
just send us a new error message, Misty, and we'll check. Okay. Just
Gotcha.
yeah. So Mel, we're gonna come back to this with Misty's new question here and and others. But let's go to the next demo here.
Right. So the noise. Yeah, so all your chat history obviously are stored in our system, so you can view them again if you need to. Like if you encounter the same error for some reason, yeah, you can go view your chat history by going down here and searching for it and reopening the ticket, okay, or the chat that you had, the chat session,
And that also
well,
includes the
yeah,
link to the document. So I'm sorry to interrupt. That
it
also includes the link to
does.
the document. So if it found a document for you,
Oh
you can
yeah.
go back and grab that. I appreciated you adding that.
Sure, yeah. So let's actually download one of these support documents or source documents, right? And open the file. So for reference, it gives you the entire source document. And here is our support portal doc for that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've uploaded over 1,000 documents here, and this is a great knowledge base for you to go to. And unlike a typical, pre 2003 system or 2004 system, it's going to do this more intelligently. So highly recommend you try this out and obviously send us your feedback. And Misty, I really appreciate your feedback back in May of this year. We're going to show you how you fix that next. Richard Sahadi, who's not on the call, also gave us great feedback. He was trying to issue a feature request, and the form did not automatically figure that out. So hopefully we'll be able to demo that today too, Mel. Maybe not. I don't know. So we've obviously been making lots of improvements to the support portal. How do you create a new support ticket so you don't find the quick fix? So what's next, Mel?
You do create a ticket or you submit a ticket so we can contact you directly. So we're gonna click on this third button in our support portal landing page.
That text is way too long. That text is way too long. Create a ticket. That's all it is.
Okay,
Don't add the S-Pen. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. All right, so here it filled out all my information from the customer record we had, and here's the new toggle. It's still in the works to make this automated, like Patrick was talking about. This tiny little thing on the right here, you're familiar with this. This is the Q form chat that we also went through in day 2, was it, or yesterday? Q form chat. So we're working on automatically
Those
having
radio buttons have the same text. I don't know what the heck you are thinking, but those are the same thing.
what are
The radio buttons.
Yeah, I think it's just a little copy paste there. So the two radio buttons have the same label. They both say I have a new feature request, but I think one is supposed to say I have a support issue and the other is supposed to say I have a
crazy.
new feature request. Yeah.
That is the crazy bug. I know. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'll fix that right away after
That's
this
okay.
training.
We all get form
I
blind when we
know.
look at something too long.
Yeah. But I assure you, these are two different things. Like if I select the first one, that is a feature request, and it does change the questions dynamically like that. If I do select the second option, that is for the issue details, which is the default. So I should just change the label. All right. Thanks for sorry for noticing that, Patrick. I'm going to change that later.
Well, we were going to have the AI automatically generate this. Why didn't we do that? What was that? What happened at the end?
Yeah, it's still, Sveta's still working on that. Didn't make it. That in the training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Day
Okay.
4. My God. Okay, keep going.
Right, so I pasted some sample questions for you to enter here, but yeah, go ahead and just try silly, just entering anything here I'm feeling under the weather, let's say, because again, the Q-form chat is going to validate things for us.
Yeah, you should use what Sweater was doing earlier because she had a really good demo.
Yeah, it's just copy paste, right?
Thanks.
Yeah, that's what we had in the lab too. So you can again just copy paste.
Sweater does not have COVID. She doesn't have the flu. She is tested. She's just got a mild. Sweater, are you there?
Yeah,
How are you doing?
I'm feeling better.
That's great to hear.
Okay. So I'm just gonna hit submit after this. Okay, submit. I filled out the support ticket with some random items. There we go with the Q-form chat complaining that first it gives us the summary of what we're filling this support ticket for. Here's the summary: creating blank X's and with Forms Designer new template feature. But it says that details don't describe an IT related issue. So yeah, it's not valid. And also the repro steps don't relate to the summary. So I did a correct validation now. Just go back to your lab steps and it's gonna give you the same context, but a different message in your Q-form chat session because it's real time. And then here, let's just supply the correct details in our support ticket. Okay. So just copying and pasting from the doc.
I mean, so Mel, you need to set the precedence here. You need to give them the high level, which is, well, why are we doing this? We're using Qform chat to validate the support ticket and show them the validations, right? Kind of explain the validations behind the scenes because they saw this on day one.
Yeah.
Right. I know you're working with Sweater together, but and maybe Sweater you can do this. I don't know. But we really need to explain the back end here. What are we doing?
Mhm. Yeah, so as you can see in the screen, there is a config form that we have created for this chatbot. We built a config form from scratch on day one as well. So for this form, I have added some document validation and autofill feature. And the document validation contains four validation rules. So there is a document attached. So Mil, can you please download that guidelines? So we have prepared some general guidelines of how the details field should be, the repro steps, actual result, and the expected result. And we are attaching this document. We are passing this to Claude, and it is generating a summary for each field, and it is validating based on these guidelines. And we have another rule under autofill. So can you please go back the config form? Yeah. So there's autofill section that is generating the summary field that we saw earlier. So we got a short summary. It is basically generating summary from detail, repro steps, and all. So this is the autofill feature, and this is really important. The forms that has text fields, because like in Kauru's lab, we were able to validate if the fields are required or not, certain length, but there are some limitations to that. We cannot validate the context without using AI. So this is really important in that aspect.
Yeah, I mean, so the autofill, the summary is also something we were hoping to use to determine whether it was an issue or a feature request. So in other words, if the AI determined that it was a feature request, we would automatically change the form into a feature request form to address Richard Sahadi's comment from August. But Missy, to answer your feedback from May, I mean, you can just enter the fields data directly. And if it's all correct, you won't see any of this validation. It'll just go sliding through. You'll get your ticket entered. Yeah.
Great,
So,
thank you.
yeah, thanks for being here. Mel, what's next?
Okay, I fixed the values in here. So I'm just gonna try another submit. We'll see if it goes through this time because I corrected those first two. The validation errors that it got for us.
Great. I just like you saw on day one, you can add text or comments, or you can ask the Qform chat to fill in the field if you need to. Great job, Mel. That looks good.
So now it's submitted and I'm taken to the summary view this time, and the next action I could do is to close the form. But aside from that, I should receive an email about that submitted ticket anytime soon here. I think it's this one right here, 2:02 a.m. So yeah, I got notified of that ticket and I can click the link here
That's fast.
to look into my ticket again, and it just you're gonna get taken back to our support portal again. Is it?
Is it rendering? Go back to your form. Is it actually working? Working on it.
Hold on, I clicked something else. Hold on. Let me back off. Clicking on the link again.
Yeah, so we've spent a lot of work this summer, last summer, and this fall working on adding these two solutions, actually three solutions, or well, two solutions. QDoc chat with the find your fix, find a quick fix, and the Qform chat underneath the create a support ticket to the support portal to try to. So we feel very strongly about these features. In fact, we feel so strongly we're adding them to our own support portal because we really think they're ready for prime time. In spite of the bumpy road you've had during day 4, this is the very bumpiest. We're repaving the road here today, and appreciate everyone's patience driving on this very rough surface. But I want to make sure it works for you and that we're communicating the right messages to you. And so I'm interrupting, and that's probably not helpful in some situations. But anyway, the goal is to communicate effectively why. And for the lab 1, it was how to add these advanced UI features. For lab 2, it's new support portal. You can access it today. The lab's going to show you how to do that. We're going to walk you through it. We should go back to the slides and summarize that. And then day 4 lab 3 is going to show this important feature, which I mentioned on day 1, which is critical, which is to show what to do when you need to move, to the new app model for Microsoft, which is not true for everyone. If you're on SharePoint today and you have Qdabra Forms, you're fine. If you're just joining Qdabra Forms on SharePoint, you need to pay attention because you need to use this. They've moved the authentication model from an Active Directory, AK, Microsoft SharePoint Online to Azure. This Entra ID stuff. And so Hillary is going to talk. Hillary, you're going to talk about this next, right? After the break.
Yeah, I am. If we have 1 minute though, Alma, we did note that if you're signed in anonymously to the support portal and you click the create a ticket, it seems to open up the prior version of the support form where you don't have the option to not use the bot.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix that for you in
Okay, all right,
1
thank you.
second.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed Scott
Sorry
was
about
having
that,
trouble.
guys.
No, that's fine, but before anybody else had trouble, I just wanted to highlight it. I get it. Things happen. Okay, cool. Sorry to interrupt, Patrick.
No, it's great. We're having a tough day here, as everyone can tell. And thank you, Scott, for trying this so quickly. We're going to fix this, and hopefully people can get through the labs. Really appreciate all of your patience with this. I mean, this is very fresh, and we put a lot of effort into these labs this week, and we were kind of racing to get things done on day 4. I mean, we didn't even bother to review Cowder's stuff, so Cowder didn't get a proper review, and I'm sorry, Cowder, for not giving you that. And of course, in the second lab here, we didn't review lab 3 either. So Hillary and Jimmy, we've done a webinar on this over the summer, but lab 2 was also a race to get out. Lab 1 and lab 3 were not, but we were so busy on day 3 and the other labs that we didn't actually spend as much time as we should have testing these. But I think actually you're going to be able to get these done. So we've had testing go through them. The demos are, we're not going back to the slides. We're not giving you the value props, which we should be doing. We should be saying, hey, here's why you need to worry about this. And there is good reasons. So we just need to communicate more effectively, and that's on me. But yeah, I mean, we should definitely present the value prop here, Hillary, for the lab 3 and why do they care. Make sure that that's highlighted and explained over and over again, and then show them how to do it. I'm going to log out. It's 3 a.m. here, but I want to thank Cowder for putting up with me for lab 1, and want to also thank Mel and Sweat especially for getting through lab 2. Mel, do you have anything? Did you fix this issue that Scott brought up?
Yeah, I just updated
Okay.
updated version of the template, and they should try it again. Thank you guys.
Can you stay on the call do you have time? Do you have availability?
Absolutely. I'll be here.
And Sweat, I know it's very late for you in Nepal, so and obviously Nepal is not that late, different from Manila, but Mel has a strange schedule. So please feel free to log out, Mel, or Sweat. I'm sorry, but Mel, if you can stay on, that'd be great.
You bet.
Okay. All right. Anything else for me before I log out? I apologize for being a pain in the ass, Scotto. But we really need to communicate to the customers, the trainees, the value and why this is important. And I'm sorry for being so fixated on that today.
All right. Well, and thank you for
Sorry.
attending, and thanks for all of your clarifying questions. I'm sure they've been helpful for everybody. And it's encouraged us all to have a vibrant and lively discussion. Everybody knows we didn't rehearse all this. Yeah. So,
We're here
okay.
for you.
You get some rest. Sweta, get some rest. Thank you for all of your hard work, everybody. And why don't we take this little break, little lab slash rest break, and let's come back at 10:20, and we'll talk about the importance of these app model changes. Okay? Thanks, everyone.
Right. Thanks, honey.
And as a side, this is Hillary, just so everybody knows, I am going to step away for a few minutes, but I'll let you know when I'm back. And of course, feel free to, if you get stuck on labs, reach out in a chat or reach out to each other, and we'll get you through there if we can. Okay? God, I'm so happy that you see radio buttons. And Mel, thank you so much for fixing that little bug live. Appreciate it.
Sure. And I also fixed the label for those two radio buttons.
Well, you
'cause,
might as well since you're in
yeah.
there fixing the form.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think we all know how easy it is to just kind of go a little word blind after a certain point. It's certainly
Right.
understandable that that would happen. This is like the main reason that one of my favorite uses for some of the chat bots is to just, put in my email text whenever it's anything very important and just say, hey, am I missing any words? Because you've looked at
Yeah.
it so many times. Although what I learned, I know Patrick mentioned my my educational background. What I learned proofreading tons of papers was that um, my own papers is that because our brains kind of know what to expect in the paragraph or the sentence, we'll fill it in given half a chance. So it was always recommended to me to kind of start from the end and read each sentence going backwards. And
Oh,
then you don't
yeah.
have that context and it confuses your mind and you start noticing the stuff you missed. But we don't always have that level of time in our
Oh,
lives.
yeah. That makes sense, though. I mean, yeah.
It does.
Try
Yeah,
that.
if it's important, read it backwards, folks.
Oh, yeah. That makes total sense. And apparently I should check my emails too. So then I would have had those, or I would have seen the images for testing in the sample questions, right? The vexel errors, those kind of
Oh,
things.
right. Well, yeah, and I had that email with those errors in it, and I didn't understand. There wasn't any context for me because, of course, I got out of bed and came to work this morning, because of the
Right.
timing on everything. So I wasn't in the conversation earlier about what we were going to demo, and I was like, why do I have all these images in my email? And then I put it
Right.
together.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what responses people are going to get with those, lengthy error messages that they have in the system.
Yeah, that'll be good to know.
Yeah.
Hillary, and this is Irina. I have
Yeah.
a stupid question.
You do not. You
I
absolutely none
do.
of you have stupid questions. I am proud to announce that not a single one of you can ever have a stupid question. But you have a question and we'd be happy to
Yes.
answer it.
So I just start doing lab 2. I open the support customer portal. I type my email. How do I get
How do you get
authenticator
that
token?
code?
Yes.
Yeah. You
It's
go
not
to your
coming to my email.
No, that's right. We've used several different approaches. So you go to your authenticator app that we set up on was it Tuesday? And
Okay,
you look
let's
for the
see.
Qdabra account, the one you used when you did
Okay.
the Authenticator XTP lab. And so you look for that Qdabra account, not to be
Okay, I
confused with
found
the
it.
one for Qdabra software. And then that should have a code that you type in. And if it's close to the end of its life cycle, I usually wait the couple seconds for it to regenerate.
Well, let's see. Yeah, looks like it's doing something.
Well, if
I'm
that's
there.
better than nothing.
Thank you.
Yay, it's doing something. And that was not a stupid question. Perfectly understandable. We've had a number of different authentication situations, and I'm not at all surprised that when you entered your email, you expected to get emailed a code.
Yes, yes. Okay, well, thank you
Perfect.
so much.
Of course, you're welcome.
Hillary,
Yes.
I missed part of the task 5 lab 1. I know they had to do some setup and info path, and I believe I have the new template that was put up for that. But I'm on step I guess 7, where you go to the actual form designer with that template.
Okay.
I'm unsure if I'm missing something, so I'll go ahead and share real quick.
Yeah, why don't you share? You'd be surprised to see how closely I'm peering at the screen to see if I can figure it out without actually seeing it. But yeah.
Okay, I believe this is the new template. So I may have assumed too much, but I assumed the template they created was to skip all this info path stuff here.
Right, you skip the info path stuff.
Right. So I'm down here, step
You went to
8.
forms there.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I'm looking at that, and I'm expecting XTP logic or something in here. Am I looking in the wrong place?
I think maybe we just don't have the right XSN.
Right.
Because yeah, it should have had some other stuff in it.
Oh,
Do you want
okay,
to go download that XSN again and re-upload it? And let's just make sure we've got the right one.
Yeah, I
Okay,
got
it's
the
day
one.
4, task 5. Oh, yeah, lab 1. Sorry, I can't even remember where things are now.
Yeah,
Is it
I
the
got
one
the
with
that was
before?
yeah, I got this one. It said an hour ago, so I thought it was the right one. But
I
let
think
me
that would
just
be the
do
right one.
that.
Let's just upload it again just for giggles.
Okay. Let's delete it over
Because I think
here.
I've got that one downloaded too.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I've got that one downloaded, so I'm popping it open as well here.
Okay. So then we're gonna go back over here.
Yeah, and the one I just downloaded does have that data connection in it. So,
Okay.
yeah, so maybe it was just a misclick or something.
Yeah, maybe I dragged the wrong one over here. So,
It could happen.
well, I mean, I've done sillier things today.
Oh, I was gonna say, please, I've
Yeah.
done sillier things this very morning.
Right. Yeah. Minutes ago, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. So we're gonna let's make sure we grab the right.
Yeah, let's make sure we get the right one.
Okay. Auto
There we
log
go.
out.
Save before. That
Yeah.
would be the
Okay.
one we'd expect.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we'll go to design.
Now it's there. Okay. I grabbed the wrong template somehow.
That's yeah, perfectly normal. And
Yeah.
it's interesting because we all, especially Misty's gonna feel this when I tell her, we're often when we're working, we have like a folder that has a bunch of XSNs in it. It's really easy to grab the wrong one or grab the prior one or something like that. So we're always like looking at the time stamp on it,
Yeah,
making
yeah.
sure we've got the right one.
Okay.
So totally understandable. All right, excellent.
So painful.
I'll go ahead and
I think I'm unstuck. Thank you.
you're unstuck. We like it. We like unstuck.
right.
All right, let me share out my my slide again, which says we're coming back at 10:20. So I guess this means we are back. Okay. We're gonna get rolling again. Of course, it was really sweet. Sweta, before she left, made sure you had her email and chat in case you have any trouble with the Q-Form chat labs. And also, as I mentioned at the beginning of the training, and as you've gotten so tired of hearing me say, you can just kind of also consider me your clearinghouse. Feel free to send questions to me. There's also support at qdabra.com, which has a few more eyes on it. Like many of you, I'll be taking some time off for the holidays. So I'll be out the week of the 23rd, just in case somebody's wrapping up labs and wants an opportunity to do that. Okay, let us move forward in our slides. You guys get to watch me PowerPoint again. It's as fun as watching me math. So this has been mentioned briefly throughout the training. We've seen several screens in our training where there's been a little bar across the top letting us know that the SharePoint add-in model is going to be deprecated. Specifically, I remember yesterday when we were in our new subsites and we were adding our Forms Viewer test app in the apps page. You could see there was that little yellow warning across the top mentioning the deprecation of the add-in model. So it's really important that to us that our clients understand this add-in retirement. If you're using the public instance of Forms Viewer, you don't have it installed over on your server, we'll be providing a page or something like that you can use to transition to the new app model. If you're on premises, there's going to be some additional steps to take. I'll talk a little bit more about those soon, but you want to, especially if you're on prem, and please, if you're on prem, if you know you're on prem, if you happen to know that you have Forms Viewer installed on a local server, or if you I'm sorry, my brain stopped for a second. If you know you have it installed on a local server, you know you're using on-prem, maybe just raise your hand in chat. It would be great to know. But at any rate, if it's on-prem, there are some additional steps to transition over to this different app model. The app models were, Kathy, I see your hands up, but I'm pretty sure you're using public Forms Viewer. I think you're using Forms Viewer online. Allie's on-prem, okay. And so, yeah. So if you're on-prem, this transition will take a little bit more effort in terms of getting things properly configured, because you'll have to go register this in Azure. We're here with you the whole way. This app model change came about because Microsoft decided to retire the SharePoint add-in app model, which when we built Forms Viewer was the recommended architecture. Use this app model. And of course, things change. Everything changes. We need to be able to kind of roll with that and change. So we are in the process of, yes, Scott's on-prem, I see that. We are in the process of finishing up some work around being able to use this new app model. We're hoping to have a new build out in the January, February timeframe that will include the new app model for on-prem, including documentation. We've got documentation in process right now for that. So in other words, this is an ongoing situation that we're working on. The final retirement date of SharePoint add-in model is for SharePoint Online is April 2nd, 2026. It's kind of in a phased retirement, which is why if you created a new tenant right now, you would need to be using the Intra ID app model straight off the bat, because no longer the SharePoint add-in model is no longer add-in app model is no longer supported in new tenants. So I have included some of this date information in the lab itself. I'm not telling you have to read all this information before you do the lab, which is a really short one just on setting up Forms Viewer extensions. But I wanted to make sure that we had this information someplace, accessible to you. That seemed like important, right? So I wanted to make sure you had that handy. So let me move on to my next slide, which is, kind of what we're going to be learning. My demo is going to cover a few things that are not covered in your lab. There's some things I want to show you that aren't really something we can set up for you to try in a lab using our tenant. So I've got a dev tenant. I'm going to show you some things on the dev tenant. We're going to talk a little bit more about the timeline. We're going to talk about the different deployments. Like I mentioned, we've got you've got completely public. I'm using public Forms Viewer, and I'm using on-prem SharePoint. We've got kind of that hybrid. I'm using on-prem Forms Viewer with online SharePoint. We've got the scenario of on-prem. You're not really going to be affected, are you, unless you upgrade SharePoint, right? And I think after SharePoint 2019, the only thing available is subscription edition. So at that point, you might be affected. But if you're using SharePoint on-prem 2019 and you've got your Forms Viewer on-prem, you are probably unaffected. And completely unaffected are the people who aren't using SharePoint at all, right? So we'll address that. We're going to talk about, you guys have been using Qdabra Forms Launcher. We're going to take a quick look at how that gets set up. And this is the only piece your lab is going to focus on, is configuring the Forms Launcher, just so you know how to do that. We'll just talk about the consent management screens and what they look like, and talk a little bit about the migration strategies. I'm not quite sure why I included that as being separate from this bullet here, but live and learn. Okay, so I want to show you some things, and I'm going to stop this slideshow so that I don't get, confused. Okay, and let me move that out of the way and get my demo stuff up. Okie dokie. And I'm going to go pull up my lab, which I also didn't have prepared. You would think I wouldn't have known that this was my lab, but somehow I spent the break. What did I spend the break doing, guys? I spent the break talking. You know, that's how it goes. You spend the break talking and then you're not ready to rumble when it's time to do your lab. So if we go and find our folder, here we are, day 3, lab 3, and here we are with our PDF. Okay, so you'll note that I've got a little bit of the background and timeline here, and I want to speak to this. We did, plan on the SharePoint add an app model. Last summer, we released our first release that supports a hybrid approach. It works both with the SharePoint add-in app model and the Intra ID model. I'll show you it working with the Intra ID model in the public, so the public forms viewer SharePoint Online scenario. And then we heard about the retirement. As of July 1st, we can't install add-ins from the SharePoint store. That's okay. If you've got an existing tenant, we can still use the app catalog. Okay. November 1st, new SharePoint Online tenants won't support add-ins. So if you are just now creating your tenant, you will be using the Intra ID the Intra ID app model. And then as of April 2nd, 2026, add-ons are no longer supported in any tenant in SharePoint Online. As you can see, we've got a big runway here. We've got a lot of room, and Jimmy has done an exceptional job of getting this prepared and trying to make this transition just as seamless as possible. So for public forms viewer with SharePoint Online, this is our public scenario. You don't have to do anything immediately. Existing installations are going to continue functioning normally. You can still add the app to new sites and site collections, and we are providing guidance on transitioning to the new app model. This is the scenario where we are probably going to have another page in Forms Viewer. So right now we've got these various pages in Forms Viewer. We've got managed templates, we've got managed credentials, environment variables, all of those different pages. We'll probably be providing a page so that a tenant admin can go to that page and click a button, or a site collection admin can go to that page and click a button to convert to the new app model, which basically means storing something in our database and then accepting some permissions in a screen that I will be able to show you. Then we've got the scenario of private Forms Viewer. I've got Forms Viewer on-prem. It's on my own server, like Scott and like Allie, but we're using SharePoint Online. So for you folks, there's going to be a need to create an app registration for this new Intra ID model. That's something that gets done in Azure. So an admin who has access to Azure goes and creates this app registration. And then we use the values from the app registration, the client secret and the client ID. We use those in the Forms Viewer configuration, which is the config file, the web config file, which is part of your installation of Forms Viewer locally. So in case you don't know, a lot of times when we install or set up a website or a web service, there's a web.config file. And when you switch to Intra ID, you will be adding to that configuration file with our help and with our documentation. And that will include this client secret and client identifier. Okay. Again, complete instructions will be provided. We'll be here and we'll help you get that taken care of. Private Forms Viewer SharePoint on-prem, don't need to do anything. As long as you're using a SharePoint on-prem version that supports app model. Okay, so the add-in app model. So that's kind of the overview of where those things stand. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay. And if you do, raise a hand. I hope I'll see it. Sometimes the screen sharing is a little, the Teams window gets a little different and I get so confused so easily. Okay, so I don't see hands up on that. So that's great. So I'm going to move this lab aside for right now and instead kind of take you through some of what this looks like, because it is good to know. And you may or may not be online. You may or may not be a tenant admin. But if you are in SharePoint Online, you will be currently uploading Forms Viewer extensions to the app catalog, and you will be accepting permissions for it. We are working on getting Forms Viewer extensions into, let me scroll down to my notes. We're working on getting Forms Viewer extensions sorry, we call it Qdabra Forms Launcher now, into the marketplace, the SharePoint marketplace. We're waiting on approval from Microsoft for that. We're hoping to see that in the January to February timeframe. And then we're also hoping that in January to February timeframe, we're also going to be providing this kind of nebulous process that I've mentioned to allow existing public users to transition to the Intra ID model. One thing that currently is not available if you are using the Intra ID app model, which none of you are because we haven't updated anybody to it on-prem yet, and the rest of you are using SharePoint Online. But if you are using it, then anonymous forms aren't available. Anonymous forms are a feature we've looked at a little bit. We've used a few, and it's basically when we've got that anonymous checkbox selected for a given template. So if you go and you're in Intra ID mode, you would be setting this checkbox to true, allowing anonymous access or allowing anonymous users. And we can't do that in Intra ID mode yet, but that is also in process and should be available in the January to February timeline. So we are planning on, with not the next most release of Forms Viewer, because we're hoping to have that out for you shortly with these new things we've been showing you in Forms Designer. But the one after that, we're hoping to have the tools in place to have full parity if you're in Intra ID mode and provide you the path to convert to Intra ID mode. So, and of course, obviously, it's important. It has to be done before April 2nd, 2026. So it's important, but it's not hair on fire, right? And we have, at least for everybody online, we have database access that tells us whether or not you've converted. So that will help us follow up with people who still need to do it. For on-prem, we're just going to keep up with the communication, make sure people know about this coming up. And we do have lists of our clients who are using Forms Viewer on-prem. So we'll be reaching out to help you get this scheduled once we've got an update ready to go. Okay. All that said, that was all my segue into my how to currently install the Qdabra Forms Launcher. And your lab is not going to cover this installation piece, nor will it cover this granting of access. I'm demonstrating it because I want you to see this so you know how it works. If you're not a SharePoint admin, you will probably never take these steps, but that's also okay. The lab is going to cover just the steps that you would be taking to configure the actual web part, okay? So to start, we usually would start at our SharePoint Admin Center, like so. By the way, if you guys notice my wackadoodle URL here, this is from the Microsoft 365 Developer Program. And if you have an Office 365 license, you likely have access to sign up for this. I use this all the time. It's my dev tenant. And I use it for trying things. And I know a lot of times we're in the habit of trying things on our site. Maybe we create a new, sub-site or something like that, or even a new site collection for our testing. Sometimes it's nice to have an entirely clean blank tenant to test things on. When you create your dev tenant, you're also allowed to create like sample data and sample users. It's super helpful. So yeah, I use it all the time. So at any rate, we come into our more features, and here in our apps, we open up our app catalog. So this opens up the app catalog for my tenant. And now I'm going to upload. Benjamin's signing up right now. I mean, I love the dev tenant because I absolutely am just petrified that I'm going to do something horrific to my company's tenant, and to be able to like run PowerShell scripts and do PNP PowerShell and stuff like that. Someplace that's perfectly safe. It's just yeah, it's life-changing for me. Okay, so I'm going to upload my Forms Viewer extensions. The name of the package is still Forms Viewer extensions. We rebranded as Qdabra Forms Launcher, but we didn't want to rename the package because we wanted it to overwrite correctly here. So here I've uploaded it. It is uploading. Here's this morning, right? Starting April 2nd, blah, blah, blah. Okay, and I'm going to enable this app and add it to all sites. You also have the option to not do that. I'm sure there are use cases to not do that. In general, I would always just enable it for every site so that when you get to the site and you need to add this, you can. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit enable app. And that is being enabled. All right, it's been enabled. Yay, us. Moving forward, let me get back to my demo notes. Again, these are not the pieces that are going to be part of your lab. I'll holler when we get to that part, okay? So, because where you are in your lab, this Qdabra Forms launcher has all been uploaded, enabled, and all of those things. So now we're getting to the part that you'll be doing. So on your training site, you can see this is mine that I created here on my dev tenant. We're going to create a new site page. So this part is part of your lab. You'll do new site page and and we give it a name. Now, I generally try to give mine a meaningful title. You know, you could do Qdabra Forms Launcher. But there's a bunch of you in class, so as you all do this, let's do the thing and put our initials in there or something like that to make sure that we've got a unique page. So now here's my page, and now I'm just going to add this new web part. And it's under frequently used for me, but you can also do a search for Qdabra. Like, I'm so happy we have such a unique name. It makes it easy to find things, right? So here's my Qdabra Forms Launcher. You guys have seen this web part. You've been using this web part. You know, it was one of the things we put in one of the labs to help you find your correct Forms Viewer URL. Now, when we have Forms Viewer added via the app model, we can go find it, you know, under our site contents, right? Because our app is showing up right here in our site contents. Here's Forms Viewer, here's Forms Viewer test. But when we move to this intra ID model, it's not going to be in my site contents, right? I'm not going to be able to find it that way. So I need to know how to find my Forms Viewer installation. Now we've been using the test instance of Forms Viewer. So the domain I'll be using for this, let me edit the properties. The domain I'll be using for this is our test one, but do you see the placeholder text there? qfs.formsquo.com. That is the domain name of our normal public instance. We're just using this test instance because we haven't deployed all these changes yet to production because we're kind of careful. Nobody wants an emergency. You know, we don't want to deploy something that's not ready for prime time. You can see as I entered that, this link was created here. This is to help me access Forms Viewer. So I go ahead and I set that. And I think that's all I have to do. I think now I can publish this page. And off it goes to publish. Now, for those of you who are new to Forms Viewer, that's nice. For those of you who are new to Forms Viewer, one of the other purposes of this web part is to configure things to open with a specific template, right? So none of this is going to work because I don't actually have a template loaded yet. But yeah, you can go ahead and add a template name here. You can determine which fields should open that template. It's a SharePoint FX web part that can be used to overwrite things in the library. And I'm going to go ahead and just hit apply changes so I can show you this in the library too. And I didn't include this piece in the lab. The lab is just really about, you know, this configuration piece. But once it's configured, then I can use this link to open Qdabra Forms Launcher. Now this is the piece I wanted to show you. You're not going to see this, okay? This is because we've got you training on our training site, which is not yet in intra ID mode and which is using the SharePoint add-in app model, okay? But when one transitions to intra ID mode or when one creates a new tenant and starts using Forms Viewer just by leveraging Qdabra Forms Launcher, you are going to see a box like this permissions requested. Right now, I'm signed in as a tenant admin, so you can see I can consent on behalf of my organization. I would like to also show you what it's like when I'm not a tenant admin. So let me go back here and find my page again. I mentioned that with my awesome dev tenant, I have all of these great test users. Not only do I have all these great test users, they all have the same password, so I can sign in as any of them using the same password. And let me get this password, which why on earth I gave my dev tenant users the same really challenging password, I don't know. Yeah, we're going to ask later on this Microsoft Authenticator stuff, and I'm just not going to do that right now. Okay, so here we are. And I just want to show you what it looks like when I am super secure, says Benjamin. Top secret, but they're test users. We can do whatever we want in test, right? Isn't that the rule, folks? It's all cool in dev. Okay, so here we go. Now I'm signed in as Lynn. Okay, I was signed in as me. Now I'm signed in as Lynn. So if Lynn opens up this page and goes here and nobody has consented on behalf of the organization, just in case I'm being confusing, let me pop you back over here. So right now I'm a tenant admin and nobody's granted permission. So that's why it's asking, you know, consent on behalf of the organization. But over here I'm Lynn. Poor Lynn, she's not a tenant admin. So if Lynn goes and opens this, she gets a different question about permissions. And so you can see that it's a read and write insight collections, basic profile, maintain access to the data you've given it access to. But you can see we don't have the checkbox for consent on behalf of your organization. If Lynn approves this, then we're going to have all of our basic SharePoint query functionality in our form. So what these permissions do is they let our form interact with SharePoint, which, I mean, if we're using Forms Viewer with SharePoint, we are probably going to be querying and submitting to SharePoint, right? We need to be able to interact with SharePoint. The one real difference between Lynn granting permissions and me granting permissions is if I consent on behalf of the organization, then I will also be able to read and write read user profiles from the user profiles in SharePoint instead of just using the user site list. Kind of an esoteric difference. You'll see that in the get user profile by name Q rules command. By default, it just uses the site users list, doesn't need these big permissions, but sometimes we need some special properties that are only available in the actual SharePoint user profiles. That's all you're missing if I don't click that checkbox, you know, if Lynn grants permissions instead. So once we get Qdabra Forms Launcher into the store, then that should mean that site collection admins are just able to add it and start using it. So you can try it without any kind of big, oh gosh, we've got to get the admin to install this, right? So right now I'm just going to click accept. Okay, so this just takes me off to manage templates where I'd expect to be. Now the lab itself is short and sweet. I think given the time, because once again, I just went on and on and on. I think given the time, I'm not sure if we need to do the lab in class or not. We're adding the page, we're configuring the web part. You're going to put in the domain. You're going to use this one, right? The test one. And you're going to save it. And you're going to click that link and you're going to make sure it opens. Okay, so the lab is pretty straightforward. Does anybody feel the need to stay on the call for the lab and take a break for the lab, or shall we keep going and do a bit of a wrap up? I'll check chat. I'm gonna check chat. Wrap up. I'm seeing one vote for wrap up. Press on. Let's wrap up. Okay, wrap up. All right. I'm not seeing anybody say don't wrap up. So I think we're gonna. Okay, I'm taking this as a go. I'm taking this as a go. We'll Keep going then. Okay, so I'm going to pop back to my slides. Let me start the slideshow again. Oh, you guys, if you think I'm going to be happy to stop with PowerPoint for this week, you would be so correct. PowerPoint has broken me. No, terrible. It's embarrassing. Last week it was Word. Last week I was like, I can't do any more Word. Word is just killing me here. Okay, so let us take a look at what we've got going on. So I had a little quiz here to kind of go through the main points, and I'm gonna just talk to these points because what I really want to get to is some feedback from you guys and some group wrap up. Group wrap up is more important to me than quiz questions. So Karu's point to designing a form for mobile is that you need to handle your width correctly. You definitely don't want your form too wide. We've all been there, right? You fill out something on the web and you're spinning your phone around trying to reach a button. Terrible. You know, that load resource command, we talked about it in chat too. You know, how do we load these external resources? And there's a simple parameter of allow external equals true. By the way, in case we had not really mentioned this, just so you know, for a terminology standpoint, in Q rules, we call these things parameters with the / and the name and the equal sign and a value. So you'll see in Q rules a lot of this / text equals text, right? And so this would be a parameter for the command. It's kind of hidden away in the documentation, but it's always nice to know the right names of things because I think it makes it easier to ask our questions. So that's a parameter. All right, so you know, what can you do with this new support portal? I'm actually going to ask a few people to pipe up on this one. So let's see, who here thinks that the support portal could be useful to them in the future when dealing with us with you know, searching for answers on your own before creating a ticket and so forth. All right, I've got a thumbs up from Benjamin. You know, Kathy loves it. Chris has a thumbs up. Irina has a thumbs up. Josh has his hand up. Oh no, now he's got his thumb up. Josh, did you have a question? Nope. Okay.
No, wrong button. My bad.
Yeah. No, that's fine. You can put your hand up instead of your thumb. Okay. And in terms of what we can do to improve it further, well, I know we all saw a bug or two, you know, that happens. But does anybody have any like initial immediate, gosh, this would be great if it only did the dishes, if it only did what's that gap that we're not seeing? Okay, well, you know where to find me, right? You know, I've told you, you know where to find us. I care a lot about this being useful to you. In fact, one of the suggestions I had made, poor Elmo, she's like, I'm almost done with this. And I'm like, oh, no, because I wanted to make sure it was really easy for you to create a ticket. Because I know sometimes you go and you search for stuff and you can't find it, and it's frustrating to not be able to create a ticket easily. So even on the page where you're searching, where you're doing the, you know, get a quick fix and you're typing in your question and asking for help, there's a pop-up that comes up in the upper right that lets you click on it to go create a support ticket, because I just want that to be easily accessible to you. Yes, Josh, yes.
I thought there's some stuff like the query editor that's very separate from like the form editor. If that could possibly be integrated in a better way, I think that would be really useful. So like when you're in your rule properties, you can have like a pop-up query editor to look at your data source, you know, just
Oh,
make it a little less more seamless, you know. I feel like
right,
I'm jumping
right.
back and forth a lot,
You were going
grabbing
back and
things from
forth a
here
lot.
and there. Yeah.
That's fascinating. So yeah, the jumping between Query Builder
Hmm.
and the Forms Designer, uh, the concept would be, can we integrate Query Builder with Forms Designer? After all, it's our tool for our stuff.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's an awesome idea. Definitely, I'm going to take that as a note, as a takeaway. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Kathy mentioned maybe adding to the support portal a popular topic section, So Almel, if you could put that as a takeaway for yourself to investigate, I think that would be great. Oh, and Benjamin had an equally interesting concept of exposing some FAQs, you know, as kind of predefined prompts for the chatbot. Am I understanding that correctly, Benjamin?
Yeah, kind of like so this is just from some experience with Copilot. Like one thing that you can do is give users like a set of like, you know, maybe 6 buttons in that initial chatbot interface of like, oh, hey, these are like really common questions people ask. And you can just click on that like UI button and it puts that prompt into the chatbot for them.
That's great. Yeah, that is a great
Yeah.
idea. Yeah, and Elmel, since we are capturing things like chats, that does give us the opportunity to kind of parse that data. I actually have something else parse the data, right? Because you know that 2 questions aren't going to be exactly the same, but yeah, to get a sense of common questions. I love these
Yeah.
ideas, guys.
Right.
And I want to roll back to Josh's real quick, just because I didn't completely finish my thought on that. You know, Josh, one place where I think we get a little blind is this idea of integrating across our product lines. So I really did appreciate that suggestion because hey, why not? DBXL is our product, Forms Designer is our product. Why are we making you go to a different window to create your query? So I really do love that.
Yeah, I thought it'd just be a lot smoother to not be copying and pasting between windows. And just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Cool.
Okay. And so moving on, you know, the 3 solutions from training that were incorporated in support portal. What were they, guys? We had we have the chat bot in the support portal. What can you think of what some of the other 2 were? Right. So we did QDoc chat as a standalone lab, and that's incorporated in the support portal. And we also have authentication incorporated in the support portal. So yeah, we did several different labs that covered different aspects of the support portal. PowerPoint hates me so much. I can't tell you, I barely touch it and it skates off to the next slide. So key validations when submitting a new support request. Mel, do you want to pipe in on that real quick?
Key validations when submitting a new support ticket. Yeah, we got to make sure that our our steps are aligned with the repro steps and the issue details, as well as the what your expectations are. Otherwise, you can't enter just any personal stuff in there, or queue form chat will spew errors at you.
Right. And as someone who replies to support requests, and I know that more than one of you on this call also replies to support requests from your users, you know, the things that help us so much are a list of the steps you took. What did you do when this happened? What actually happened? What did you expect to have happen instead? You know, so all of those things, I know it feels sometimes a little repetitive when you want to say, well, I just expected it to work. But again, the more data we have, it keeps me from coming back to you and saying, well, can you tell me what the steps you took were? You know, it just cuts down on how many times you have to listen to questions from me. In terms of determining what an issue is versus a feature request, well, right now it's a radio button. So yeah, you get to decide that. And the reason that came about was because we had someone get blocked trying to. They were really just asking, hey, can you help me go add this thing to this thing? And it kept the bot kept wanting them to enter like what the problem was. It was like, I don't have a problem, and the bot was pretty certain they did. So all right, that final end date with the SharePoint add-ins, that final end date is at April 2, 2026 date. We are here for you. We've got you. Don't worry about it. But I just want to make sure that as you're working with these SharePoint add-ins we've created and you see that little yellow bar saying, hey, this has been retired, or gray bar, I want you to be aware of what that means, why it's there, and that it is in process. And then finally, you know, oh my gosh, I clicked it. I did the bad thing. It's the forms for your domain name that we're adding there in that configuration. Okay, so who has come out of here? Who has met my goal for them and come out of here with some form ideas, some things they're going to do? What are some things you're going to do now that you've learned about some possibilities?
Make everything read only. click.
That's right. I'm just going to make everything read only. And Benjamin, I think you mentioned you'd be adding some more notifications and validation.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple forms that I know just, that we receive here in the IT department where users just tend to not fill out certain sections or fill things with just random bits of information. So I'm really excited to prevent them from doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet. I bet. I know it always seems like sometimes it feels like when somebody's doing a demo of random text, like Sveda's always doing these cute little things like, entering the movie she went and saw, her favorite food. But yeah, they do that. Yeah, that really is realistic. Okay, Evan says he's going to be updating his validation and his notifications. Who else has come away with some inspiration, with something they're going to want to implement? Kathy's gonna help you external users complete her records request form correctly. So again, more valid. Oh, chat. Okay, that's a great way to go with that. Using chat, then that's great because I think for some users, chat is the right way to go. Some of us who feel like we type more quickly than we can communicate back and forth with the bot, get a little fussed about that, which is why we have the option, right? That's why we have the option. Anything else? Okay, raise your hands if you've got something. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and click on to our next slide because I know we're at time and I know we're all kind of there. All right, so yeah, here's some other ideas for adoption. I guess I kind of jumped ahead to the bottom most. What else inspired you? Don't forget the XTPs that are there for you. Don't forget that we've got these new starter forms that have a lot of built-in logic and functionality for you, so you can just kind of get rolling fast. And those are just going to be there in Forms Designer. Not tomorrow, but soon, very soon. We've got this in test right now. And keep an eye out for a newsletter. If you're not on our newsletter mailing list, ping me. I'll make sure Jenny gets you added. But yeah, you should be seeing an announcement coming soon when we update Forms Viewer and include all of these fabulous new features you've been working with, including these new XTPs and so forth. Copy and paste rules. Thank you, Mel. Ideas for next training. Look at that blank slide. Who wants to help me fill it in? Right? That's why it's blank. Who wants to help me fill it in? What are some ideas for next training? Do we need to be more basic? Do we need to be more advanced? Do we need to do training more on here's step 0, here's step 1? Does it need to be simpler? Does it need to be more complicated? Did we include too much information? Not enough?
I think like these trainings could have been broken up into 2 separate trainings or like ramped up differently. So,
Okay.
because like I come into this knowing nothing about any of this. So a few of the tutorials are very useful, like the first one and the basic stuff. But yeah, maybe you have levels. So you
Yeah,
have
maybe
a
we need leveled
tutorial
classes.
for us newbies, and then like for some of these people who've been using it for a while, I'm sure more of the intricate stuff was a lot more helpful for them.
So we could do some kind of like a basic class that covers the beginning stuff as well as maybe some initial migration stuff.
Right, and then bring the experts out there in, several days into the training, maybe. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, and so we could either do, one class that's a little more staged, or we could do, maybe we need to think about 2 separate classes. Maybe we do need to think about having a completely, like, here's our 3-day beginner class and here's our 3-day advanced class. Because you're right, our first day had beginner, or not beginner, but our first day had less complex topics. And then we moved
The
into more
second one I
complex
wouldn't
topics.
call less complex. I was lost in the second.
Yeah,
the first day. Like,
yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's
anyway.
right. Okay. I think that's a
Yeah,
great suggestion.
definitely splitting it into 2, like he was saying, the basics, so that you can get, so people who've never worked with it, and then the advanced ones, and it covers more either complicated or newer features that are coming, because
Good point. Yeah, good point. Because sometimes, well, some of the new features like copy and pasting rules, now that's we'll give that to a beginner every day, right? That helps.
That's useful, yeah, for
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah. But I take your point for sure that some of these more complex features like advanced form building or some of the more intricate involved labs would have possibly been better split out to a different class. So either doing a staged class where, you know, you don't need to attend day 1 or day 2 if you don't need these things, and then please attend day 3 and day 4 for the more advanced topics, or having just entirely 2 different trainings offered. We have a beginner's training and we have an advanced training, and everybody gets to self-sort. Okay, I think that's fabulous. That's excellent feedback. And what else, you guys? I know you've got more to tell me.
I
I
just put this
say.
in chat, but I'll go ahead and say it. This might be maybe included in the basics training, but something like building forms from scratch or like reverse engineering a form to understand how it was put together.
Yeah, that's great. And one of the reasons that is great, build from scratch, one of the reasons that's great is because most of us work with other people, right? Whether whether we like it or not, we're all working with other people. We end up taking on things that other people built and designed. So I think these are 2 separate ideas that are excellent ideas. But like Benjamin, you're going to be working with some forms that members of my team built. And for you to be able to have the tools you need to look through them and understand how they work. I think, you know, that kind of reverse engineering, let's go look at this form and figure out how it works. I think that's really important. And then of course, building from scratch, I think, you know, we'd probably put that into a, you know, a basic class. But whoa, back we go. I touched the PowerPoint again, guys. I should not have touched the PowerPoint. Yeah, I think this is great. Did I take away your point correctly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Irina wants more time to finish the labs. I know. It's so hard because you guys are working and you're coming to class. And so you've blocked out this time to try to come to class, and there still isn't enough time to finish the labs. And perhaps that's also a complexity issue. Is it, you know, kind of also were things a little too complex? Should we maybe have curated our content a little more? Perhaps something along
I
those
think
lines?
something to consider with that is the varied like stages that people in the class are at. Like for instance, myself and Josh are like brand new. I'm not sure where Irina is at in terms of her abilities and knowledge of cadaver forms and stuff like that. But you know, if you take it in that context, like yeah, it was you know, rather advanced for us in some aspects, and so we may need more time. Whereas some other people, like Misty, I'm gonna pick on you. You know,
We
she's
are.
obviously very very
It's
advanced, and
okay.
she could just like blow through that, you know, without batting an eyelash. So you know, that's kind of something where I think
She's a
having
monster,
those
man.
leveled,
She builds
yeah.
things in her sleep.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this though. I think that's an interesting concept because maybe you want a tune-up in a, you know, specific section. So
Mhm.
maybe being able to pick and choose,
Oh my gosh.
you know, what you want to sign up for.
Right. Okay.
I
So
don't know.
no, I think these are brilliant ideas. So I'm hearing more of almost even a type, you know, like obviously, please don't work us to death, but you know, kind of more of a, here I am building pie in the sky with our little team, but kind of more of a componentized training, you know, where we've got
Yeah.
maybe training should be a shorter thing that we offer a little more often with here's our quick 2-day training on XYZ, which is, you know, for our basic build a form, or, you know, let's do a workshop on, honestly, this whole reverse engineering thing, you've just captured my imagination. And now I just want to invite everybody to a workshop on reverse engineering, right? On
I
figuring
would
out
be
how a
so
form
for that.
works. Right, you would be so for that. I mean, because I just feel like that's a really important point because we all go through our workday. I mean, Misty builds stuff from scratch, but she's also working with the central flows stuff that she's had to kind of when she's troubleshooting, kind of go through and figure out how it works. So reverse engineering troubleshooting. Yeah. So I'm hearing kind of maybe some more componentized training, or maybe a little bit of a smaller, more focused type of training. Would that be useful?
Maybe one idea could be to have, kind of going along with all of this, having a shorter training, here's the demo, and then having like office hours, like
Oh,
to
yeah.
address. If you have questions, here's a set of 2 hours
And
that
I'll
day
be
and the
on
next
Teams
day.
and you guys can come
Yeah,
show
and if
up.
and if you have an issue, jump in, and then like you don't have everybody sitting here, necessarily if they have finished, they have to sit there and wait, or if somebody hasn't finished, feeling bad for holding everybody else up, that kind of thing.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
This has
Yeah.
nothing really to do with your training, Hillary,
Mhm.
necessarily, but I love going to the webinars because, just as an example, I love to see like the different ways people, like Mel has laid out a form when she or whoever is doing the webinar, so we can get some different ideas, because we tend to do the same things over and over and over again. So it would be, I don't know if that's more of like a user group kind of thing, but I
So
find that I struggle with that.
so you're looking for form layout, like maybe something in the lines of specific UI training, not just here's how you add CSS and JavaScript, but like
Right.
UI specifics, like let's consistently place our buttons over on the right because that's where users look for them, or something like that. Am I understanding
That, and
correctly?
also just, oh, I love how this has, visually this section is, the edges are rounded. There's two sections on this form. They stand out. It looks really nice. It doesn't look just like a generic, kind of
What are the
form that I've
things that, yeah,
created
what are
40
the
times.
things that, yeah, what are the things that
Yeah.
make a form look nice, and how can I easily implement them across
Yeah.
my forms? Mm-hmm.
And just some ideas
Mm-hmm.
of, here's something that we've done. And, like I said, we kind of get in the same rut of doing the same thing over and over again. So it's interesting to see what other people do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, show and tell, right?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everybody bring your best form. We should do that, you guys. We should do that. Okay. Anybody else have, oh yeah, form swap meet is what Benjamin suggested. I think that's fabulous. Anybody
I'm
else
in.
have any suggestions? And of course, again, and I know I keep saying it, but I want to emphasize again, my door here is open. You drop me an email. I'm fascinated in ways we can improve your training. I'm very interested in this being a meaningful experience to you. Um, you guys have put a great deal of time into this. You've invested your time, and I want to make sure that you get meaningful content out of it, that you get ideas out of it, and that training is of value to you, because I don't take for granted your time. Does anybody have anything else you'd like to add to this at this point?
Okay,
Speak
I have
now.
some feedback, but it's kind of, I don't want to say petty, but
Okay.
it is small. So on the forms designer, like if you are going to add a data connection, this is kind of like a UI thing. The button
Okay.
that actually says add connection strikes me as if it is kind of disabled, just like from the coloring.
The UI look and feel, and the UI is something that we're in process on right now. I'm working on some revisions for that UI, and I'm going to take that feedback and just go ahead and add
Yeah,
it to the ticket I've currently got open. Yeah, it looks
I noticed
disabled,
that
doesn't
this
it?
week. Yeah, I've
Hmm.
noticed that this week that when I looked at it
The
initially, I'm like, oh, do I have to click something first and then click that? Because it just kind of looks a little
And we have
disabled.
that, yeah, we have that in a number of places where we've got that kind of white button with a light outline and the light text. And that is super good feedback. It looks like we've already disabled the button. You're like, do I click it? Do I not click it? What happens if I click it? Right? Fabulous feedback. Okay, I'm going to add that to my current ongoing help. Let's work on this UI situation. Thank you for that feedback. Okay. Good. Evans and number 2. We've got more votes on, hey, buttons should look like they're clickable. Go figure. Okay. Fabulous. Anything else, you guys? I know we've gone over, but I just wanted to give everybody a chance to say things if you wanted to say things. And you know, we've mentioned the support credit for completing labs. So far, people have been doing a great job of sending me screenshots of their completed stuff. Please, you know, send me your wrap up of completed labs. If you have not been sending me completed labs, but you do complete them, you know, just send me a wrap up with your screenshots and let me know so I can add you to the list. We're a multi-layered organization here. I'm keeping a list and Jenny's going to check it. So I want to make sure that if you've worked towards credit, you get credit because you guys have put a lot of time into this, and I want it to be of value to you in these ways. We're here. Like, reach out, you know, use support at qdabra.com, use the support portal on the website or the new one that you've got a link to. You know where to find me. Reach out. I am happy to discuss any of these things with you. I am happy to help you with training. I'm happy to help you with your new forms. I'm happy to help you with your old forms. I am just happy you're here. And I thank you so much for your time and effort. Mel, Caro, I think you're still on the call. Thank you both so much for your time and effort today in the labs.
My pleasure. Thank
Thank
you.
Yeah,
everyone.
and Chris says I'm too happy. So I probably am too happy, but you know, I'm also pleased that we're at the end of training. So let's just get back to our regular schedules. No.
Same here.
All right, everybody.
Forward to
I
y'all.
wish you a wonderful holiday season. And yeah, Benjamin's right. I'm happy to be done with the PowerPoint. I'm like, oh, yes, no more Microsoft Office for me. So, okay, everyone. Thank you. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I know I'm aggressively chipper. I appreciate your tolerance as we've gone through all of this. I've really loved getting to work with all of you. You've got my email address. I want you to reach out when you need anything at all. It's just been a fantastic experience. Thanks for the giant heart, Preston. And good job, everybody, making it through class. I've really appreciated every single one of you. So have a lovely rest of your day. And yeah, we'll talk soon.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. Bye now.
Bye,
Thank
everybody.
Thanks,
you.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.